Английский язык. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Английский язык.
Так, доброе утро.
Good morning. This is our second wonderful day of this seminar.
Не очень прилично, чтобы слушатели приходили позже выступающих.
The people in the audience should not come later than presenters. This is the culture of our partnership.
Не 30. Значит, я очень вас прошу вот сегодня сосредоточиться к новому рабочему.
Today, please concentrate on your new working day.
И начинаем мы его с совершенно
And we commence this day
эксперта.
with our most wonderful expert, a friend, myself, and Yura and Andrei Zakharov.
Мы вместе можем
We can confirm that he is one of the founders of this school,
когда школа создавалась,
because when the school was set up, and it was just a project in the minds of several people, and it was far from being implemented, Jeffrey Hosking, who was a professor of the London University, organized a seminar, and we were his partners.
вынесли большую группу замечательных
We brought in a big group of
людей.
wonderful Russian people. It was 1990, the beginning of December, and the group consisted of nice literary critics, poets, writers, philosophers,
Отец Александр Мень,
and Father Alexander Men and Mirab Mamardashvili.
сентября убили.
On September 9, Alexander Men was killed,
И 25 октября
and on October 25th,
умер
or November
Мираб.
25th, Mirab died.
Тбилиси на несколько дней.
He went to Tbilisi for several days
Костюм
and left his suit at our place, which he planned to put on for our visit to London. I put this suit in the morgue. Anyway, this seminar was quite unique, and last year we published some presentations from that seminar.
нас посещали принцессы.
We were visited by the Princess Anne.
Целый год профессор Лондонского
For a year, the professor of London University, Jeffrey Hosking,
делал семинар из-за рубежа.
conducted this seminar from abroad, and we did the Russian part, not only London seminar, but Galician seminars as well.
Ученого,
This is a contribution of a scholar, a historian,
важного в научной мысли, который поверил
and this person suddenly believed
американский проект в России.
into a non-existent civil project in Russia and became a part of it.
Ужасно обидно,
So I was awfully upset when this year, we were not allowed to go to Stavropol or Rostov when Jeffrey came in, and we
растерянность.
were confused because we held our tickets,
Предмет
because the love to the subject which he studies,
с Россией, Россия
and the subject is called Russia and the Russian history.
себе поверить. Вы сейчас услышите,
And now you will hear the Russian language,
который сделан этим человеком
which
самого себя, и
this person made for himself, and you will hear what kind of language it is. And as a matter of fact, the language was learned because he lived in Russia for several months, only a couple of times.
рисует последнее время.
His topic of interest is the trust. We published a small book, you can buy it around here. It was ended,
Я не могу при такой жаре читать, он мне подарил полную.
and he presented this book to me, and I said that I can't read it now because it's hot. And I read final pages.
Для меня она, я думаю, что вот несколько страниц проявляется как бы то, что я интуитивно чувствовала.
And these several pages describe what I felt intuitively. And Jeffrey made it in English, and I will ask Andrei to translate this book into Russian.
И еще, Джеффри сегодня будет говорить о том, что мы
Jeffrey is going to talk today about something, what we know, the crisis of democracy here, for certain reasons, and the crisis of democracy in old Western democracy for different reasons, but it is still a crisis.
мне кажется, что любой кризис, если
Any
лично
crisis,
на уровне людей
if you discuss it openly and publicly and scientifically,
чтобы его изменить,
then you have to
которая требует
do away. You can't do away with this kind of crisis. You require intellectual intervention, and that's what Jeffrey is going to provide us with. Lena, thanks for your warm and hearty words. This school was invented by us about 25 years ago, and it does exist for 22 years. I participate every year, and this is a miracle. I mean, the fact that this school exists, and it is especially important now because diplomatic relations worsen from step to step, and we have to strengthen these relationships because our diplomats somehow cannot resolve the problem. I named my presentation The Crisis of the Civil Society in the West. Yesterday, Mikhail Suderman described the economic crisis in the European Union and especially in the Euro zone. I will talk to you about consequences of this crisis for the civil society, not only consequences, but what had started before. And in the center of my presentation is the notion of trust. This notion seems to me very important because the social trust of people to each other, trust which is unconscious or subconscious, this constitutes the foundation for peaceful interaction between citizens. If we do not trust the state, how can we protect ourselves from enemies and criminals? Then, at the lower level, ethnic, religious, political groups would make their own circles of trust, or maybe semi-military bands, and that's what happens in the Middle East now and in certain countries of Africa, but we don't want to have it here. Whatever happens in the Ukraine now, this is the proof of what may take place if you do not trust your state, your governments. Recently, Andrew Ronsley, a political observer, wrote in the Observer newspaper, he said that the British audience lost trust to bankers, to policemen, to doctors, to priests, to mass media, to BBC, to supermarkets, to national intelligence, and in the first place to politicians. And trust to politicians recently dramatically went down. I was leaving the Great Britain now, and there were new rumors that somewhere in the 80s or the 90s, a circle of deputies of our parliament systematically abused children. This is the greatest scandal. How can this be? And what about policemen?
не интересовались.
They were not interested, or what?
Раньше, я думаю, мало бы.
In the past, people wouldn't believe it, but now people are ready to think that this is true, and that's why there's going to be an official investigation. The same is true about the European Union. In May of this year, in the election to the European Parliament, governments and establishment parties in all countries, they were defeated. Less than 40% of the electorate didn't come to vote, and 30% vote for populist parties, right or left, and even fascist party, like in Greece and Hungary, where these populist parties openly encourage fascism.
Ну, большинство обозревателей сформулировали это так.
Most observers say that people do not trust politicians. That's the formula. And that really means that we are in a state of deep crisis in our civil society. Let us see what are the necessary prerequisites of the civil society and in what state they are now. I would mostly talk about the Great Britain, but it is true for the EU countries. The first prerequisite is the law and its efficient enforcement. Legal system makes us sure that the conflicts may be resolved peacefully. For a stable society, it's a must. And the key role in ensuring this is played by the state. This sounds paradoxical. Do you have to trust the government? I think that this is very desirable because the state is responsible for law and order. But even in case of an impeccable democracy, you cannot trust the state 100%. 90% is fine, but still there should be some 10% because the government consists of regular people. They make mistakes. They think about their own benefits. And this is the human nature. But members of the government have larger capacities for all sorts of abuse. So this 10% of share of mistrust to the government is necessary for a civil society. And that's how the legal state works. The parliament is to observe the activity of the government and inform people if they do something which is not reasonable, not proper. The parliament should also consider projects, change them, or actually deny them. So in the legal state, the parliament is of paramount importance. And the second pillar is the judicial system. The judicial system secures enforcement of law in everyday life. No detailed law can envisage all possible consequences of this law. So the court is responsible for enforcement of the law on practice. Everybody is equal in front of the law. And the government members are responsible in front of the law. Now, pillar number 3, mass media. The public requires truthful information presented in a way that normal people can understand it and discuss it. In time of problems, mass media should provide us with ideas about resolution of such problems. Mass media should secure open and public discussion.
Например, Юрген Хабермас,
Jürgen Habermas, for instance, or Amartya Sen. I don't know whether these names are known to you. Well, anyway, these thinkers think that open and public discussion based on common sense is very important for the civil society. Without this open discussion, the public would trust rumors or some extremist or one-sided theories, which is dangerous, no doubt,
склонны прибегать к насилию.
because people may turn to violence to protect their own interests. Now, all these pillars, like civil society, parliament, judicial system, and mass media, they are all endangered now, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
Одну из главных гарантий правовой системы
The legal system
это
and civil society is based on taxes. There is a tax system.
справедливые налоги, краеугольный камень
Fair taxes constitute a cornerstone of the civil society.
зависит от
The civil society depends on a fiscal agreement,
мы все вносим вклад
meaning that we all contribute
по своим
to the state
и все
the way we can,
по своим нуждам.
and we get in line with our needs. This is, by the way, Marxism, Marx's definition of communism,
Применимо к
but this is true about the civil society too.
идеал осуществляет
And this ideal
налоговая система.
is performed or is achieved by the tax system.
Кстати, Михаил Шульман вчера ругал
Mikhail Shulman yesterday criticized the Swedish tax system, but I'm going to praise it. Well, he knows better.
правовое государство
A legal state
налоговое.
has one tax advantage.
Использовать средства граждан
It is easy for it to use
конституционного государства земли.
funds of people for taxes.
Русский инспектор
One Russian tax inspector was surprised in the 90s when he found out how successfully the Swedish state gathers or collects taxes. So the Russian guy asked his Swedish colleague, "How can you do it?" And the Swede answered that his compatriots properly pay taxes because they believe
что большинство сограждан
that the majority of compatriots do the same thing. And second, the state honestly spends this tax money for the society. And the Russian inspector said that unfortunately in Russia people are not willing to pay taxes because they think that many of their competitors do not pay, especially rich ones. And secondly, corrupted politicians and businessmen
большую долю
take a big share of these taxes for their own personal ends, not for public ends.
К моему сожалению, Британия сейчас
Great Britain now,
переходит
unfortunately,
к шведской модели.
moves from Swedish model to the Russian model in this regard.
А тут переход. Я сейчас
Yes, it happens, and I shall tell you why I think so.
понятие как налоговое убежище.
You know, there is the notion of tax haven.
Налоговое убежище помогает крупным
Tax haven helps big companies to avoid their tax responsibilities. Those are
офшорная гавань,
offshore
tax haven.
tax haven. Yeah.
Приют.
This is the haven where large companies use secrecy to hide their profits.
Корпорации делать растраты в стране,
And they make embezzlements in the countries with high taxes, and they deposit their profits
налоги низкие,
in the countries where taxes are low,
конфиденциальность.
or where the bank confidentiality is total.
Фирмы создают то, что у нас называется shell companies.
So the companies create shell companies.
Потом получается очень сложно.
And then the system becomes very complicated, and for tax inspectors it's very difficult to follow all these complicities.
Где находятся эти налоговые убежища?
So where these tax havens are located,
Многие из них в Лондон.
unfortunately, many of them are right there in the London city or in the colonies of former British Empire, in Channel Islands, Cayman Islands, British Virgin Islands, and so on.
Ну не только.
Not necessarily there.
Налоговые убежища.
There are other tax havens in Switzerland and Luxembourg,
В некоторых штатах,
in certain US states like Delaware,
где в одном
where
здании,
in one
в главном городе
building in the city of Delaware,
1209 North Orange,
1209 North Orange Street,
217
270,000 companies are registered.
явно фиктивная компания.
They are fictitious, obviously.
А у нас, в Британии,
And in Great Britain,
в 2013
in the year of 2013, Barclays Bank, one of the chief banks of Great Britain,
получил прибыль
received the profit
в 1,4
of $1.4 billion
в Люксембурге.
in Luxembourg
Заплатил там налоги
and paid
20
taxes
миллионов,
there of 20 million,
значит меньше 2%.
meaning less than 2%.
Я плачу.
And I pay
Я плачу 40%
40%
на большую часть моего
for the most part of my modest profits. And in Barclays Bank pays less than 2%. And in Great Britain, Barclays Bank received $4.9 billion
заплатил 50
and paid 55 million. Again, it's 1 or 2%.
Ну, конечно, щедро пользуются этими возможностями арабские шейхи,
Arab sheikh use in these capacities Russian, Ukrainian, and Chinese oligarchs.
вот эти офшорные фирмы,
These offshore companies
открыть фондовые
allow you not to hide your own
операции.
funds, but you may mask criminal operations like drug dealing or selling arms to terrorists. A Russian prosecutor once named the city a big washery.
Имея в виду отмывание денег.
He meant money laundering,
И, скорее всего, он прав.
and probably he is right, unfortunately.
То есть, и очень трудно что-нибудь узнать об этом, потому
It's difficult to find out anything about it because offshore companies they follow omerta. This is an Italian bandit word that's mafia vow about silence. A journalist once wanted to go through these money machinations in one of the offshore companies was told that if we discuss this issue further on,
положение
you will find yourself in a situation of Salman Rushdie. Fatwa was issued against him in order to kill him because he, well,
из положения Салмана
left his confession.
не подлежит
And that really means that they say that some of the cases are not to be discussed.
бывший британский.
And we warn you, this was a former British Empire.
Ну и, конечно, с помощью
And obviously, with the help of such financial operations, within the last 2 or 3 decades, there came new shadow banks,
теневые банки, которые совсем не регулируют со стороны,
which are not regulated by the state,
очень вредны.
and they played a very harmful role for the economic crisis of 2007-2008.
Но в результате
As a result,
крупные фирмы и крупные финансовые
large financial institutions and large companies have enormous funds,
зрения государства
and from the point of view of the state,
банкротятся.
they cannot go bankrupt.
Что если один такой крупный банк
If one such bank goes bankrupt,
национальный,
the national economy system may be undermined.
государство обязано их выплатить.
So the state is to give them a helping hand. Do bankers know
Если
it?
они знают,
They do.
можно пойти на любой риск,
They do. They know that they can take any risk
получит доходы.
and they get the benefits or profits if
А если будет
the risk is fine. But if the losses are serious, then the state would bail them out.
это идеальный фон
So this is the ideal background
для недоверия.
for mistrust.
Национальное государство
The
действительно
national states saved big banks in 2008.
нет,
Not Lehman Brothers, but other, yes, in Great Britain and in Europe, the banks were saved.
у нас это было 8-10 миллиардов
It was 8 or 10 billion pounds in Great Britain,
национальный, то есть государственный долг.
which doubled the national debt.
Счет за спасение этих банков государство предоставило не банкам,
But
а налогоплательщикам.
taxpayers were to pay for it, not banks, especially poor.
Правительство сократило социальное
The government cut down
в результате
social welfare, and many families,
если они, например, не получают субсидии,
if they do not get subsidies for the apartments,
выселиться.
they have to move out, especially in London where the rent is high. And so they had to move to another town
Меньше
where the amount of work is smaller and the amount of unemployment is larger.
работодателям в Лондоне трудно
And employers in London cannot find proper workers or servants who live nearby.
так. Было раньше возможность для таких бедных людей
In the past, poor people might protect themselves in front of the government. They might go to court if they thought that some state employee, well, abused his power in dealing with them, because everybody is equal in front of the law.
все должны иметь возможность
So everybody should have a chance
защищать себя
to protect himself and his property and his interest and his family in front of the
Ну, бедные
court.
и даже людям
But in case of poor people,
не покарать.
it's not possible because you have to pay to lawyers.
Давнего времени государство,
But till recently, the state gave
чтобы средний гражданин
legal support so that an average person can hire a lawyer.
сокращение государства
But now, due to reduction of the state
критерии для получения его
expenses,
сужаются.
it's more difficult to get this kind of lawyer.
Многие либо не ищут,
So many people do not look for support on the side of the law, or they have to protect themselves in the court or defend themselves, and they cannot do it properly, which complicates the whole system
правосудие,
of quality of justice. Quality of justice worsens.
его семейные конфликты,
This is extremely important for people with family conflicts, for women
которые, например, ищут алименты,
who look for alimonies after the divorce.
дискриминации на работе.
There may be discrimination at work. Immigrants may be involved, and because they have to substantiate their right for
Я
political
недавно читал отчет нашего судебного
status, for new political status.
Recently, I've read a report produced by the Centre in Camden. And this is where they say that because of these reductions in funding, probably, they have to refuse 50% of all applicants. Typical cases would be chronically ill people and people with disabilities who lost their welfare payments. And they cannot defend them. These people with disability have to come up with their own defense. But in most cases, these people have little, if any, education. They do not understand legal terminology and legal jargon. and they find it impossible to do it. They may be people who have been recently fired, who lost their jobs for no good reason at all, and they still complain of wage areas. In many cases, they cannot defend them. Those who may be evicted from homes or from flats. We are especially outraged by what we call bedroom tax. Bedroom tax, what is it? Well, this is a newly imposed tax imposed by the state. It's levied from the families if the local government think that they have too much excess living area. In other words, it's called a spare bedroom or guest bedroom. This measure hurts particularly people with disabilities because they need this bedroom for people who look for caretakers, for those who look after people with disabilities. So they either have to move to a new flat or find the money to pay this tax. And some of them, it's clear, refuse to pay the new tax, which makes local councils spend great effort on levying small amounts. And this measure affects immigrants who may face deportation. Nowadays, we see improvised banks, food banks, where poor families can just get some donations of food which they cannot afford to pay for. And they're not all of them necessarily people who lost their jobs and unemployed. They're people who work and get very low salaries. And for this reason, they have to seek help from food banks. Young people, school leavers. Nowadays, they have no right before they're 25 to apply for unemployment benefit. And they also, they do not have either the right to what they call transitional pay. It's when they leave schools, but they haven't started a job yet. It helps go through this stage, get some new skills. Nowadays, they have lost because they've been cancelled. So you can see that nowadays, this equality before the law has been undermined by the government, by what the government did. Then another process which is taking place, this is what I call emaciation of politics. What I mean is enucleation of politics. It's just that politicians go for things that do not really matter that much and cannot defend their citizens from politicians. How could it be that in a democratic country the government could cut so bad on the expenses and just waste the lives of the poor people? How could it happen in a democratic country? One reason is that the political parties have become weaker. 50 years ago, two main political parties in UK together had 3 million members. Nowadays, they only have about 250,000, which means that it is tenfold decrease. And the membership fees have gone down too. But the political process has not become any cheaper, quite the opposite, I suppose. Election campaigns require huge amounts of money, and there's financial gaps that we see in every political party. They try to fill it in by obtaining money from very rich people. From 2001-2010, 40% of income of our two main political parties came from 60 individual entities or physical persons who donated large amounts of money, large sums of money to political parties. And since they are in government, these parties try to comply with every wish these companies or individuals may have. The budget for social welfare is cut down, the poor people lose what they need, whereas leading bankers not only good salaries, but they have good bonuses and premium payments for the very modest success of lack of success at all. Well, lobbyist companies stand as mediators between the rich and the politician. I'm sure you have this notion here. They work behind the scenes with the government and with the parliament. These lobbyist firms do not report to the public or to the parliament. They conceal their financing sources. They are in dialogue with ministers and influential civil servants, but they always do it in shadow. It's very hard to find out anything about. Lobbyists work in different ways. They do not give bribes, but they implicitly influence any decision taken by the parliament or the government. When a bill is introduced into parliament, these firms help civil servants collect information, provide guidelines and recommendations, and certainly they cover it all alongside the interests of their clients. They disseminate ideas and facts in mass media that are profitable for them. They've got what we call think tanks. They are researchers and advisors who write reports in the desired key. They stand in the way and do not allow to go into press with facts that denigrate their clients. They block it, and if needed, they denigrate their opponents, and they finance hospitality for people who may be useful for their clients. There is another phenomenon, what we call revolving door phenomenon. These are directors of major companies become consultants to government and to political parties. And they certainly cover it all in the light of profit and interest to their former company. And senior politicians, when they end their career, become directors of major companies, provide expertise, the state technology, and provide connections with former ministries, thus helping them obtain government procurement orders. Their influence is seen in many aspects of policy today, when the government does many things, not because the voters, because the electors or the general public want it to be. They rather work for the interests of these companies, from which they get financing and funding. A classical example is a long story, this is now history. The lobbyists of tobacco industry. In my country, it was back in the 1960s or even 1950s, medical research in UK showed with high probability that smoking negatively affects your health and is linked to lung cancer. This is where the physicians recommended to impose some limitations on the sale and advertising of tobacco and cigarettes. Tobacco companies fought against it. British American Tobacco, huge company that mobilized resistance indirectly through lobbyist firms. And these lobbyist firms, they used all those tactics which I've already mentioned. They would challenge the findings of research, claiming that this research doesn't stand to prove anything. And they would say that those who buy cigarettes are adult people, they have their freedom of choice. When they had nowhere else to go, they acknowledged that yes, in few cases, smoking can cause cancer, but it's not typical. This fight went on for 50 years, but ended in what we call a semi-happy end. In 1998, 46 American states went to court to seek damage that to compensate the care of all the patients with cancer, lung cancer. And major tobacco companies had to pay out $200 billion. That was the highest fine in the financial history. Nowadays, because of this victory, legal victory, both in UK and in America, and as across the world, tobacco is sold only in just barely noticeable packaging, which has very big letters saying that smoking kills. Advertising is banned, and smoking in public places and in transport is banned too. It's a victory. But the lesson is that we can draw is that you can win, but the fight will be very long and stubborn, and you can do it only if you have your own income of source, and if you can mobilize support of the part of the government apparatus and masses. Otherwise, you will never gain a victory over lobbies. And we need to, so that the findings of honest scientific research should reach the public. It means that there are mass media who are not 100% biased. And nowadays, lobbyists, for example, they support the interests of companies that, say, sell sugar and alcohol. Although it is known that alcohol and sugar abuse is a hazard, is a health hazard. But there are other lobbyists who say promote some financial institutions, banks, and they have very good links with the city, and I'm quoting Dave Hartnett. He's a major civil servant in the Ministry of Taxes. He was considered to be the most wined and dined official of the Whitehall, more than anybody else among his colleagues. Was it for accidentally or not, but the tax inspectorate did not really bother those companies. You have seen how this works. Last year alone, the Conservatives set up a ceremonial dinner for people who wanted to invest into and donate to political parties. Admission fee, a ticket, was anything between and the list of invitees is secret, but one newspaper obtained it, and it turned out that it was this lunch was attended by 10 representatives from gasoil oil companies, 19 from PR, 47 from retail and from tours, real tours, and 73 bankers and financiers. So they do secret business about finances of the Conservative Party. During the next year, the guests who attended that banquet would donate £5 million to the Conservative Party. The Labour Party and the Liberal Democrats cannot compete with such lavish donations. And this year alone, just 2 weeks ago, at the banquet held by the Conservative Party at an auction, the wife of a Russian oligarch paid £160,000 to play a match of tennis with David Cameron, our Prime Minister. Well, as you see, I don't know if this match ever took place. So as you see, and this is a very serious phenomenon, we see the merging of Russian and British oligarchs. We see this merge taking place. And if we speak about the global climate change, scientific research here about climate change is certainly climate change is certainly taking place. We don't know the consequences, but in general we can see that this planet is warming, and that responsibility lies with the activity of man, especially in using hydrocarbons. So we must gradually switch to non-carbon-based energy. Almost all and every country in the world agrees with this, but the lobbyists of the companies who trade in energy, they do all they can to challenge the findings of this research in climate change. And I would like to say that science cannot prove anything 100%. What science can do, it can make forecasts with a certain high level of probability, but never that would be 100%. But these lobbyists, they really make the public doubt. They say, oh, it's not substantiated, oh, it's not proven, it needs further research. And UK, the main lobby, Global Warming Policy Foundation, its head is our former Minister of Finance, Lord Lawson, Nigel Lawson, who is, I think, has no qualification in climate studies, but he's in charge. And therefore, as a result, nowadays, international processes to reduce carbon-based sources is now being stalled. The public in UK and US are not sure that we need to continue with this, and politicians also are in doubt, certainly under the influence. So I hope I gave you just some kind of understanding this picture. Why is it that the crisis of civil society, why we are in jeopardy? What I want to say as I'm wrapping up, what we see today, and Michael Sullman spoke about it yesterday, this is where they see the crisis with euro and the currency. Again, this shows that there is a conflict between major banks, financial firms, and normal public at large. Just for example, in Greece is facing bankruptcy. What was it, 2010? When the Greek government, Papadopoulos, wanted to hold a referendum on whether the Greek public agree to the conditions imposed by the Eurozone to save Greece from these debts. This is when the financial markets, they reacted immediately that no referendum to Greece, and at the end the government cancelled the referendum. There's a direct clash between democracy with the financial banking firms. This in between the very democratic, the very civil societies in the world, the best civil societies in the world. And for this reason, well, I think as you listen to my presentation, if you listen to what I had to say, probably what came to your mind was, oh, he's speaking about things that we well know for quite a while. Why are you telling us such simple things? But the thing is that it's done in our countries, in the West, in Western society. When we just starting this school, Moscow School of Political Studies, we thought that Russia needs to learn a lot from the West. And this is what I thought at the time. But nowadays, the West, in many ways, is not a model to follow. Problems of Russia in Western countries have many things in common. That is why now I can feel that it's not that we are teaching you. Instead, I feel that we're exchanging experience about what to do about these things. Because in a normal society, public life could take place only if we have a strong civil society, which means social trust at a very high level. Corruption is very serious in Russia, even maybe more serious than it is in the Western countries, but corruption is certainly there in Western countries, and it's very serious. And it has common roots, Russian and European problems. As I was saying, we see the merging between Russian and British oligarchs. The last point I wish to make, civil society, it's not a purpose we all seek to attain. Civil society is an ongoing process. Not only a purpose, but a process. A fight for free and just society that never stops. It will go on. Thank you very much. I'd like to have 1 minute of your time for the question. First of all, bravo for your analysis of the Western society and many things that we learned from your presentations, but many things that we recognized in your presentation. 2 questions. First, maybe we have grown older and we don't like many things for this reason. This could be one reason. Secondly, because we lived under the spell of illusion, and when we faced a tough reality, these illusions are better than reality, often the cases like this. Secondly, still, in the Western society, you have independent courts and independent press works, well, better for worse, but thirdly, Andrei Alexandrovich Zakharov, he's a teacher, just like he every time gives me something. He gives me a new issue of his magazine. And this is where I read an article by Pierre Manan, whose book we translated. And Pierre Manan, in his article, put forward the following. The crisis in general, the crisis of democracy today, we can say that this is a crisis of popular representation in favor of the democratic management. Well, there's good governance. In point of fact, it takes away from people their right to vote, and what we probably see in a bureaucratic Brussels. Certainly it's better than what was the Soviet Moscow in terms of governance, but in its intentions it remains very much the same. So there's something which is fundamentally just fair. I'm sorry, I've never been there, but it seems to me that an independent court and free press and municipal life. If you agree to what I have to say, well, yes, it's an interesting question indeed. First of all, first question is yes. I am become a moody old man, but grumbling old man. But I want for you to the judge whether I'm right in my unhappiness or is it just illusions of an old man. So you have to take this question. Indeed, I see that a positive thing about the civil society certainly remains with that this is an independent court. But access to this court is now being reduced, but impaired. But the courts have very high quality for good reason. But Russian oligarchs, when they went to settle their conflicts before the court, they moved to UK because this is where they think that they will address this matter without political intervention. And they're right in their assumptions. But if a guy in the street can no longer go to court, then still the usefulness of an independent court is lost. But the very fact that it exists, that certainly matters, because this is just general background. We rarely go to court. But all our legal matters and business matters, they are done against this background, yes, that this independent court exists. And if needed, it might be possible to go to court, or at least seek support with solicitors. They're not, again, advocates in Russian terminology. There's no direct translation, but they're lawyers who can help you. Free press, yes, thank goodness. Thank goodness it's still there. Although, nowadays, in Britain, most newspapers have taken an ultra-right position. What they do, I suppose they promote a vicious economic theory. There's a self-regulating market. They profess the ideas that the state should not interfere and should be distanced from business and financial spheres. They are champions of a theory that we should cut down immigration and even deport some immigrants that already live in my country. So what they do, they really promote ethnic and racial hatred. But still some good newspapers are around. I would especially like to highlight The Guardian and the Financial Times. Our conservative government wanted to give Murdoch, you know this guy, right? He owns many of these TV channels and newspapers. They wanted to give him a greater control over our mass media, but thank goodness The Guardian exposed some of his policies, what his journalists and editors do. And recently, one of his former editors-in-chief was sentenced to 18 months in prison for hacking. Hacking. It's when you tap the private telephone call. One of his newspapers did it systematically for many years, and they hacked private conversations, even on the royal family members.
And it roused a great scandal, and without that, unless it happened, Mr. Murdoch would have had even a greater control over the mass media. So we have some parts of stable civic society, and thanks goodness, but the government wants to defeat those islands of civic society, and the struggle is quite tough. My request to you is that when you ask your questions, please do not speak fast as you used to. I understand Russian quite well, but when you speak too fast, I cannot understand you all the time. So, Anna, please ask your first question. Good morning, I'm Anna Ivanova from Yaroslavl, and I have some remark on the crisis of trust and belief in Russian, which have the same roots. And we also have the notion of the blind belief. And what you told us is quite a paradox. When the civic society is developing, there is a crisis of trust on the part of the civic society to some governments. On the other hand, in some totalitarian countries, there is some blind belief and trust on the part of the people to their governments and leadership. So my question is, which government do you think has the best, wins the best support and trust with their people now? Thank you. And in my book on trust and confidence that Yelena mentioned, I give a warning that, or make a reservation that it is not something that is to be trusted, but I'm writing about trust in trustworthy. And it's true that blind trust, a blind belief is a senseless thing in its best way, and in the worst case, it's something that is harmful. The worst example is the belief of the Germans in Hitler, and I think that perhaps half of the population of Germany had a blind belief in in Hitler. They trusted him, specifically during the war times. And in the Soviet Union, a lot of people wept when Stalin died, although they had some relatives or friends who had been purged, but they had some belief in Stalin, and specifically because of the victory in World War II, which Russia, or the Soviet Union, won. So they had some reasons to trust Stalin. So it's not so easy, it's a complex matter, but my idea is that you need to have a trust in trustworthy. Responding to your question about the government, the best government with a trust, Schulman said that yesterday they probably is the governments of the Scandinavian countries which enjoy the best of trust among their people. And it tells us a lot. Some years ago, I could say the same about the British government, but it's not the case now. Because now there is a question that why I have to pay 30 or 40% of taxes when our richest banks pay only 1 or 2% in taxes. And that arouses my indignation. And I think many British people share that. Please, your next question. I'm Olga Fadeva from Yugra. Well, while you were talking, you said that some acts on the part of politicians undermine trust to the state system, to the government system. So the politicians are cutting the roots of the tree they sit on. But those policies, are they the implications of some schemes, or is the foolishness on the part of the politicians? Yes, and specifically it's the case about the election campaigns. Politicians promise a lot, but those promises will hardly come true, and they keep silent on many things they are going to pursue, or they have to do because of the influence of major companies or lobbying groups. For instance, in my country in 2010, during the election campaign, the Tories and the Liberal Democrats, who then merged or struck a union with the Tory, the Conservative Party, they said nothing about the would-be reforms of the healthcare system. And but the moment they came to power, they began opening ways to privatize some areas of healthcare. And the healthcare system is getting more and more privatized, and a lot of British people, as it is known from polls, disagree with that, but the government is pursuing that policy just because they are lobbied by the companies, the firms who pay to them for that. It's not silliness or foolishness. Politicians feel committed to do so. They think that there is no alternative because they receive most of the funds from the firms that want those reforms to be pursued. So it's not stupidity, it's just the way people act when they are under pressure from some external sources. Question from St. Petersburg, behind the corner. I'm Konstantin Krylov from St. Petersburg. Shall I speak English or Russian? I can do both. Okay, I'll ask my question in Russian. At the beginning of your presentation, you said that there was a very alarming signal that traditional political parties and banks are losing trust of people. But perhaps to a certain extent it's the manifestation of the common sense, conventional wisdom. Because following World War II, War II, the biparty system in Britain, three-party system in Italy, were perceived as the summit of the evolution with no opportunities for further progress, and it led to stagnation and decay of those political systems that we see now. Perhaps it's just a way to move further and get to another level. You mean that's adjustment? Yes, to a certain extent, and perhaps it's the time to find new solutions. And some relative successes of nationalist or radical left parties who score some 5 to 7% in France or Spain. I think it's perhaps that's the way people look for some alternatives outside the traditional political system, which was believed solid and touchable just several years ago. I can tell you just one thing, and that is the fact that the economic development in our countries was highest, all-time high following World War II, starting from late 1940s and all the way up to late 1960s and early 1970s. But after that, we saw the deregulation of the economy, when the state dropped its regulating function. I think that capitalism is the best economic system, but it tempts to instability and leads to both booms and disasters, which undermine normal economic life, specifically failures. Following failures and crises, many people are left without money if the state does not interfere and regulate those abnormal movements of capitalism. So my point is that some strong state regulation is required for capitalism to flourish. And starting from 1980s, under Thatcher and Reagan, states began regulating the economies less and less. And the default of the Russian economic system in 1998 and the crisis, economic downturn in the West of 2008, they proved to that. So I believe that the economic system that we had prior to 1970s was not perfect, but it was much better than its successors. But I'm an old man, and certainly I see early times as better than this decade. Please. Alexei Parfenov from the Novosibirsk region. You spoke of in perfection and the crisis of Western democracy. But what is your outlook on Russian democracy? Are we also in crisis or a crisis lie ahead? Well, I don't think I need to give you any advice on how you can build your system. The matter is then Russia received or began democratic. You received it in some undesirable Western format of democracy dominated by unregulated market, and the Russian economy then suffered a lot from that theory, and that's the reason that a lot of Russians believe that democracy leads to economic weakness and humiliation of the public. And I understand why many Russians think along those lines. and it resulted in a tougher political system and led to the establishment of the authoritarian center. Although authoritarian center failed to address all those problems, I'm not going to go into details because it would take another hour to discuss all things, and I don't want to give again any advice to you on that account. But it seems to me that now the Russian state has become too authoritarian, and it exercises too great control over, say, mass media. So some steps have been taken to reduce that central influence, perhaps more authorities to be delegated to regional, local authorities. But again, I'm not going to give you any recipe. Your question, please. Sergei Yuriev, and from Yamal Nenets district. Geoffrey, you said that over the 50 years of British citizens' participation in political parties, the activities have reduced 10 times. And what about NGOs' participation? How do the British citizens do with NGOs? Is there any relationship? Thank you very much for an interesting question. And NGOs, non-political organizations, are well supported by the Brits, much more than they support political parties. And it creates kind of a problem, since now we have a lot of what I call semi-political organizations, and they focus primarily on a single subject. For instance, global climate change, and there are some groups that are trying to have that problem recognized by the world. And while the political parties are designed to aggregate various subjects and come up with a general political course with that. And if political parties are weakened, there is no other organization that can do that aggregation. And those organizations and associations continue working or pursuing their narrow interests, and it brings about a lot of confusion and mess into politics. Besides, very few NGOs and social organizations have solid funds, and so they cannot compete with lobbying groups. And that leads to piecemeal politics, and main civil initiatives are aimed at narrow interests, and there is no other force or groups that do that aggregation of all the problems and issues. Okay, let's move on. We have a student from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Blazhenko, by the way, I would like to recommend Blazhenko to you because he can tell you a lot about that miraculous country he lives in. Please, don't forget about that. Thank you. I'm Blazhenko. I'm really from Bosnia and Herzegovina. My question, when you started talking, you said that in many European countries, fascist or populist parties enjoy rising support. Is it linked to the decay of political culture in those countries? Yes, I think to a certain extent it's true, and it's related to the decay of the political culture, but it also related to the deterioration of political problems. So in the backdrop, and more people are losing elementary rights, as I was telling. People do stick to some more simple explanations of their hardships, and if mass media is malfunctioning, and if conventional people are lured into extremist theories, and they start believing in rumors and gossips, because in public nobody comments on those rumors, nobody says that it's not true. So people are tempted to believe in those extremist theories, and they are attracted by those theories, and that brings people to violent groups. And when Yugoslavia collapsed and was disintegrated, those things, they really came true. And people believed in all the rumors and speculations, and they were prepared to receive that image of adversary or enemy. And they thought that the opposing people were not just their competitors, but they were their enemies, and they have to fight to them. And partially it's because of the decay of the political culture, but it's also true that the existing ongoing political and economic problems are deteriorating further and further, and mass media are not providing us with accurate information, and they're not providing us with some ideas how to address those problems. And they come up also with one-sided recommendations, or provide one-sided coverage. And that results in the deterioration of all things in political and economic life. Okay, let's move on with our questions. Who is stretching that long hand? You, please. Andrei Plazovsky from St. Petersburg. Russian lobbyism is known to have been just in the bud and exercising quite primitive forms. And speaking of the British experience, and many thinkers and theoreticians of lobbyism were criticized by you. And do you have any ideal model of lobbying, and whether we need it at all? Okay, so I do believe that when a political party is part of the government and desires to carry out some reforms, that government should be in touch with all interested parties. If it's about an economic reform, if it is about the reforms in manufacturing, you need to consult employers and employees, both. And now there is only single-sided lobbying efforts, and the government consults only the rich and not the poor, or less protected, more vulnerable parties. The lobbying firms, they based on some solid foundation, and the trouble is that lobbying now is single-sided and for the benefits of the rich only. That's the most dangerous thing, I think. Vadim, your question, please. Thank you very much for the great lecture, and I would like to say that when you speak about a crisis, it's a good trend, and I think that I personally have some experience of working with British human rights activists, and I know how successful they are in replicating their experience throughout the world. And besides, I'm a foreign citizen, and without producing any paper, any ID, I came to the British Parliament. I had a chance to sit there and listen to all the discussions. You cannot be admitted in the same way to the Russian State Duma. So it means that we have really different positions on that scene. But I think you made a very correct note that it's not the time when some countries can mentor, can lecture on other countries, and certainly we are supposed to join our effort. Perhaps we can stick to the concept of monitoring democracy, which is getting more and more popular, and the role of political parties is being reduced, and that's the global trend. So the focus on the development of civil institutions and on the direct activities such as public expertise, public discussions, public control. By the way, I visited your penitentiary system and I saw civic society people there, and they have keys and they can enter any cell, any room without any permission. And I think we borrowed that practice for draft law 67. And with the help of Mr. Brashov, we lobbied that effort, and now we have a chance to visit various establishments of the penitentiary system. So it's something positive that we borrowed from your experience, although in Britain it was only in the recent times that your penitentiary system began meeting all European standards. So thank you very much for talking about the crisis, and not many people here in Russia can talk about the crisis in our political system publicly. Thank you very much for that very interesting comment. It's true that I'm issuing some kind of a warning now, and I said very few things about positive features of my society, focusing on criticism only. And there is another opportunity which is related to social media. They have a chance now to exercise political influence in a different way. I didn't say about that, but I'm a member of the 38 Degrees Society, and I don't really know why that's the name of the group, but I'm receiving some mail from them on a daily basis. For instance, last week I signed their appeal to the government not to let, or in other words, to stop selling nicotine-rich substances which may have a very bad impact on bees. And some MPs in the UK now would like to impose some restrictions on the distribution of those harmful substances, and it's not the desire of the government, and they want to lift that those restrictions, and I joined the appeal to limit this distribution of those substances. And 147,000 people signed that appeal along with me, and that made the government change their minds. So those restrictions stay. And it's just an example how we can counter some undesirable actions on the part of the government. And if in social media 100,000 or 200,000 people sign such appeals, the government will be made to change their minds because they don't want to lose their voters. And so opportunities are still there, and perhaps we can make a better use of some of such opportunities in the future. Okay, we have some more minutes to go. You please, sitting at the window. I'm Anton Pogoritsov from Krasnoyarsk region. Yesterday, we had discussions on national interests and their impact. And we believe that both domestic and foreign policy should pursue national interests in the first place. The UK is a successful example how a country can demonstrate their special status. The UK enjoys special status in the European Union just for the purposes of securing their national interests. Do you think it's really in the interests of the UK? And can you comment on the domestic and foreign policy pursued by the government in the recent years, and what the British citizens received from that? Well, that's the subject of heated debate in the UK, so I cannot give you just a simple answer. First of all, we need to define national interests. Yesterday, Minister under mission, said that we should differentiate between national interests and the country's interests from the interests of the ruling circles. I am tempted to believe that many initiatives of the government now really serve the interests of the ruling top and ruling circles and reach firms, companies, banks, and they run counter to the interests of the conventional people. And I already shared some illustrations with you. But anyway, you are right about British demand to enjoy special status in the European Union. It's not a eurozone, but there are 8 more countries who are not in the eurozone and who are not part of the Schengen agreement. UK is kind of an offshore in the European Union. But we also saw some new threats in the horizon of the political life, since 2 ministers in the government say that they don't want to fulfill the decisions taken by the European Court on Human Rights, and unless we are subordinated to the European Court on Human Rights, it would automatically mean that we would have to leave the European Council. And the UK was one of the founders of the Council of Europe. Actually, the Charter of the Council of Europe was drafted by the British lawyers. And if we withdraw from that Council of Europe, it would be a disaster for Britain, and it would be very problematic for the rest of the Europe. And but it's not in the interests of the society, and it can be in the interests of some rich firms, but that's kind of the wrongdoing on the part of the government. As Minister under mission put it, it's in the interests of the ruling circles rather than the people. Dear colleagues, a few words in conclusion. First, Jeffrey Hoskins drew our attention to one very important thing. It's frequent when they think of globalization as economic and cultural processes, but it's the political process as well. And the fact that the Russian democracy is found in that very odd situation is very closely related to the fact that democracy, people's power, self-governance, and civic societies in the West, which are some kind of example for Russia, is undergoing a crisis. And in this sense, Jeffrey's remarks are very important to us. Secondly, Jeffrey Hoskins is a very prominent expert on Russian history, and The fact that a historian speaks of crisis in the civic society and trust today is very, very important. And it's really a reason for me to recommend to you that you read books by Jeffrey Hoskins. I was very much ashamed when Yelena referred to some episode of his book, and when excited youth in Stavropol demonstrated reality there, calling for the denial of any opportunity for Jeffrey Hoskins to visit their land. And I think that's a very shameful episode of the Russian history. And secondly, unlike some other experts of the school, there is no reason, there is no ground for Jeffrey Hoskins to blame him of some position which in the Russian press is referred to as Russophobia. The gentleman really knows the subject, and you can easily be convinced in that just by reading his books, and he belongs to the cohort of the foreign experts who believe that their works are to be read in the country they write about. I know a lot of experts who are not, who pay no attention to that, and who they write in English for English reading, speaking people, and their books are published in those countries. But Jeffrey Hopkins writes his book, and a lot of them are published in this country. Some of them already became bestsellers, and it's hard to buy them, to find them in a bookstore. Please read those books. They are very educating. And speaking of the trust, in the sixth issue of the magazine, we published a lot of materials on the loss of trust in the Soviet Union and Russia, and Jeffrey Hoskins moderated at that conference. So it means that we were really lucky to have Jeffrey Hoskins today. And please read his books, and we are very lucky to have him as an expert in our school. Let's thank him for his contribution. Thank you. We have half an hour break.
Друзья, рассаживайтесь, пожалуйста. У меня пока два замечания в смысле объявления. Во-первых, не забывайте расписываться в листах регистрации. Там сразу за 7 дней листы, поэтому смотрите, ищите свои фамилии, 7 раз ставьте свой автограф. Во-вторых, кому нужна регистрация иностранным участникам временная, подходите к Юле, паспорта отдавайте, на ресепшене вам все сделают. Командировки, договоры тоже Юле не забывайте сдавать, да, чтобы мы успели все это подписать. Две машины стоят на рабочей стоянке. Серебристая Toyota E500 ER, Московская область, и Volkswagen красный, Калужский, 40-й регион, 491 номера. Переставьте, пожалуйста, на чьи это машины на площадку, которая для того транспорта, потому что там сегодня приедет какой-то разгрузочный пищевой контейнер, иначе мы без ужина останемся из-за вас. Ребята, еще организационно чисто вопрос. Постарайтесь чуть-чуть пораньше, там буквально на 3-5 минуток приходить перед сессиями, чтобы рассаживаться. А то у нас эксперты приезжают, уезжают так быстро, что вот. Все, спасибо. Спасибо вообще, что просыпаетесь, это приятно.
Я вас попрошу опять сюда внимание. Извините, пожалуйста.
If I may ask your attention, please. This is a new class, and many of you might not know in person, although I'm sure that most of you might have read about or read the texts of Vladislav Inozemtsev, because the Russian intellectual school is not particularly numerous, but because Vladislav Inozemtsev, an expert and friend of the school, is one of the unique representatives of the Russian intellectual milieu. He has always been and he has always succeeded in combining an interest to the global intellectual space, bringing it together with the Russian reality and representing this Russian reality through the prism of the historical, indeed global analysis. His texts and presentations are very interesting and important to all those who are interested in the Russian development and the general development trends. He is and he has been a very well-known expert who works very well. This is something that only he does. He alone is an institution. We are dealing with enlightenment, and he is, as an individual, as a human, an institution, because for his own money and at his own expense, he translates and publishes the works which make up the great essence of the current day contemporary English language thought. He is a man publishing company. He is a person who has brought to the attention of the Russian reading public the classics of the Anglo-Saxon intellectual school. And when Mr. Inazyemtsev conducts an interview with them, this is indeed a dialogue that he has with his equals. We are very proud for Mr. Inazyemtsev not just to be a part of our seminars in Galitsina, but also visits our regional seminars, which is indeed extremely valuable. He has brought to the school, he has invited the former governor of the Krasnoyarsk region, Mr. Zubov, deputy of the State Duma, who is very well reputed and known. I know of two experts of this school who are very important, Mr. Inazyemtsev and Mr. Alexei Makarkin, whom you also might know from the seminar of June. These two experts have written a book together. They have co-authored a book with Mr. Zubov. This is his first visit to the school, and I think that this is quite meaningful for the school. I hope this will be mutual. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lena, for this very kind introduction. Let me say that it is indeed not true that I have invited Valery Mikhailovich. He has come here as as a person who indeed has seeded interest in the Siberian problems, who has taken my genuine interest in Siberia to a new level, to the development of its current days and its future. And indeed, he is one of our first co-authors. And he indeed knows this subject much better than I do. But for the past 2 years, we have tried to combine our efforts to offer a more optimistic scenario for the development of the Russian regions and trying to use the strategy of the reform in this region as a strategy for the entire country. Today we have decided that I will express in a short statement some of the our arguments which were put in the basis of our work, which will be sold here, and Valery Mikhailovich will tell us more and will tell us about his view of our common work. I will not be praising myself or indeed this country, but what I shall try to do is to express some arguments which may seem provocative and challenging, and hopefully which are can be well understood to form the basis for our future work. If we treat this from a historical and a methodological view, Russia may well be viewed as a strange conglomerate of two huge territories, Moscovia and Siberia. In the history of European powers, Russia is a European power, both by its spirit, by its values, by its history. But in the history of European powers, colonization was one of the forms of territorial and cultural expansion, and it occurred, as we witness in the history of major European countries, in almost a simultaneous way. If you look at the discoveries of Columbus, the colonization of South America by the Spanish and the Portuguese, and the expansion of the English and French in North America, and the eastward expansion of Muscovy, which these are almost simultaneous events in the 15th and 16th century. And if you look at the major largest cities in the Siberian plains and in North America, we can see that many of these major metropolitan cities were founded at almost the same time. Unfortunately, the colonization of these territories, including North America, South America, and Siberia, were generally not generous towards the Aborigines peoples. And the economy in these regions was quite monocultural and was hardly related to the actual specifics of the territories per se. However, the major difference of Russia from other European powers was and is that the European empires were soon to lose their colonies. What do I mean by saying colonies? Colony is in no way a derogatory term in my statement, but just a certain nomination of a territory where the metropolitan nation have a majority. This is what we see in Siberia, or the 13 colonies in the east of the current United States, the Quebec, Australia, New Zealand, where the representatives of the European nations, having arrived into these territories, curbed the local population, absorbed and assimilated these, and created the societies where the European nations or the descendants of the European nations formed the majority. I'm not talking about Zimbabwe, India, Indonesia, or any other European dominions which were quite different from the colonies per se. So, the major difference, the fundamental difference of Russia and the Russia's historical path from the historical path of the European nations and the European empires is that the largest colony of Russia from the Urals to Alaska, the largest territorial formation outside of Europe, was not lost by Russia and continues to be a part of the Russian state, as distinct from other European possessions which were gained later, such as Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Transcaucasia, which did not have such a high percentage of the Russians, and which were lost in 1991, alongside with many of the imperial possessions of the European nations. An interesting difference or specific of this is that, and we can see that today, the Moscow metropolitan state today, or Siberian part, is a lot more sound in economic terms than the metropolitan center. The only other analogy that can be brought from history is the relationship between Brazil and Portugal. When Brazil was a lot stronger. We know what ensued in this historical line when Brazil seceded from Portugal, founded the Brazilian Empire, and is now the 9th strongest economy in the world. What we continue to saying is that the repetition of the Brazil-Portuguese model might be repeated. We have not and ever voted for separatism. We are not adherents or supporters of those who spoke about the Siberian independence. So we do not support any ideas about the subsequent federalization and the further federalization of Russia. But what we believe is that we all need to do is to pay due attention to the issues of Siberia and to say that the further gap between the past Urals, Russia, and the European part of Russia may become a catastrophe for this country, because we have to realize that 70% of Russia's exports come from Siberia, about 52% of the federal budget are filled in from Siberian and the Siberian mineral resources, and generally speaking, Russia today without Siberia, and of course we mean by Siberia everything that starts from the area to the east of Urals to the Far East and Chukotka. If Moscow or the European country would have been selling goods only for the European part, then the general export of Russia would have been less than that of the Republic of Czechia. Several more circumstances that I would like to draw your attention to, which makes it so important, which I think are significantly important from the standpoint of modernization. The role of Siberia is important in several ways. Not only because we get part of our wealth from Siberia. The point is that today Siberia is a region which is most interested in modernization of the entire country. Under President Medvedev, and we discussed this many times in this school, the program of modernization of the Russian economy was under-realized or under-implemented for one fundamental reason, that being that this modernization was not in the focus of interest of the extraction industries. In that case, today, the raw materials are mainly concentrated in Siberia, and if we succeed in managing this, and because the federal mineral resources provide the greatest cash flow for the modernization of the Russian economy, we are not naive to say, as President Medvedev did, we are not naive to say that the modernization of the Russian economy can go through the internet, through modern technologies, pharmaceuticals, computer, Skolkovo, and so on and so forth. The modernization of any major economy can only develop through competitive advantages. Today, our competitive advantages is cheap raw materials produced in large volumes and the ability to place major industrial productions in the vast Russian expenses, which might not be high tech, but still required against the background of the demands of the market today. That is why we believe that the raw material sector, or the extraction sector of the Russian economy, will continue to dominate in this country for another several decades, and the stimulation of this sector for large-scale changes are such that we have to maximally increase the interest of these regions. So, in other words, we believe that Siberia may be the greatest industrial sector and follow us in terms of the use of the natural resources. In this version of modernization, it would be required to indeed shift major financial flows into the Siberian development. Today, the government does not seem to be doing this with any success, because while it is collecting the revenues, it then distributes it as taxes in the central regions of Russia, in the Caucasus and elsewhere. So, in an objective way, only 10% goes back to the budgets of the Siberian regions. Our proposal in this sense was, and we are still adherent to this view, is that it would be expedient not to increase the revenues and to invest the surplus into Siberia, but to decrease the payments into the federal budget from the Siberian rents, and to redirect these cash flows alongside the channels of the development of the Siberian regions. However, the task here is to leave between 25 to 30% of the mineral rent in the Siberian region. This task is quite realistic. This can be done in several ways, but the effect from this change will be radical, both from the standpoint of Siberia and for Moscow, because in that same way we would be able to use and to decrease the burden from the federal budget and increase the modernization tendencies in this country. So, in other words, the center would be more interested in the development of a competitive economy, the development of private business, and less interested in the continuation of the extraction-based economy. In this sense, modernization of Siberia is of primary importance for Russia as a whole. Historically speaking, Siberia was developing as a place which was home for the most entrepreneurial, industrious, energetic people, people who had some entrepreneurial culture. Even today, Siberia is a special territory in this country from the standpoint of the natural resources, the climate, and these reasons, to me, apparently makes it quite natural to convert Siberia into a special economic territory. I am quite sure that many of the bans and limitations which are imposed on the Russian economy must not be extended to Siberia, so we should in every way encouraging the migration into Siberia from both the European part of Russia and from abroad. We must, in a maximum way, increase our involvement in the technological refurbishing of Siberia in the terms of all the extraction industries, the general easing of the administrative burdens, the construction of the airports, the development of the infrastructure, and we are talking what we're talking about is that the Siberian region must become the new El Dorado of the Russian private business, which might become such a way out for the entrepreneurial energy which exists throughout Russia. Besides, we believe that Siberia must be viewed from the standpoint of the major federal projects, and many projects can be enumerated in the way which have been either abandoned or underinvested or undercompleted. We have to realize that the people who lived in these vast regions, and by the way, I have to contend that phrase or that viewpoint whereby Siberia is an underpopulated area. This is not quite true. Alaska has a third level in the United States by the level of life and the income, and the Russian Far East is tenfold less. So the underpopulation of the Russian Far East is definitely not the case. Mr. Yakunin's agency has 1 million people. And indeed, it is not about the huge territories or underpopulation, but how technologically armed Russia beyond Ural is. So the important statement here is that Siberia may become the true source of the grassroots developments in this country, because what the Russian Federation needs today primarily is the understanding that the Soviet or Stalin's methods of development are not the only ones applicable in this land, in this country, something that must be offered at the level of the regions. Let us take the Baikal-Amur Railroad or the modernization of, and even if all this money is spent effectively and the modernization of the BAM of the Baikal-Amur Railroad is completed, however, this will only, the Trans-Siberian Railroad and BAM carries about 100 million tons a year, of which major part is the coal and iron ore, which are taken to Vladivostok and then exported to Korea and Japan. Even the most advanced metalworks in Siberia could be built in Ulad-Under but much cheaper. Would it not be proper to save $36 billion without making the renovation of the BAM Railroad and building the facilities which are required in Ulan-Ude, rather than building a railroad that leads nowhere? And there are many examples like that. Unfortunately, the federal government is only interested in pumping this money out of Siberia, and spending the greatest part of the revenues for the bureaucratic apparatus. I think that only the regional and regions are the place where decisions must be taken, and in this sense Siberia is the true place for such very serious and destiny-changing experiments and modernization. My last statement is about the eastward expansion of the Russian economy, and in this sense Siberia will continue to play a pivotal role in the 21st century. Today, Siberia is the second part of Russia, which goes to the Pacific Ocean. If we do not develop Siberia and the Far East, Russia actually declines the history and the historical success of the United States, which indeed has shown how a power can attain greatness by relying itself on the two oceans as a bicoastal power, and with a relatively underdeveloped middle. But this eastward orientation does not mean the wedding with China, because if you look at the map, you will see that the east of Russia and the eastward channels, it is of course a way not only to China, Japan or Korea, but also, and more importantly, to the United States through the Pacific pathways to Canada. And indeed, in this sense, we might be a lot more interested in the Pacific, Northern and Pacific experience of Canada and the United States than the Chinese experience, which in my view is quite irrelevant to the Siberian development. And in this sense, I do not think that Beijing would in any way be interested in the further technological modernization and development of Russia, Siberia and Far East.
So the turn to the east is very important. It's not just that we have to unite Far East with Moscow. We have to develop internal infrastructure sufficient to develop Siberia and Far East. We need now a railway to Chukotka to connect it with the Northern America. We need an infrastructure of quality for local transportation, local car roads. We have to develop new seaways and seaports at the Pacific. Our border there is the longest in the world, but we developed the of about 1.5% comparing with other countries of the world. And I mean the cargo. Actually, one port of Shanghai processes more cargo than all our Pacific coast. So today 60% of global GDP is created in the regions which are far from the sea, less than 100 miles. Still, we try to establish relationships with the Central Asian countries, and we forget about our Pacific coast and our eastern industrial regions or districts. Presently, we catastrophically ignore our Siberia, and this should be rectified. Well-being of Siberians, well-being of Siberian model is extremely important for the existence of Russia as a state in the 21st century. The federal center nowadays is incapable of redistributing efficiently financial streams to the regions which truly require these streams. The only way is to change financial flows, to reorientate them. We have to use to the maximum entrepreneurial activity of Siberians and people who are ready to go there. This territory was the territory of economic freedom, and that's what it should be. Without the corresponding development in the Far East and the Pacific area, the Russian economy is doomed. Now we face sanctions from Europe, and we will understand pretty soon how vulnerable we are, and we have to reconsider all our relationships between Moscow and Siberia to the benefit of Moscow and Siberia, because these are two important and equal components for Russia. If this topic is of interest to you, we would be very glad, and we are open for any contacts and discussions on the subject matter. Valery Mikhailovich will continue in the topic. I have a comment before Valery speaks up. Of course, he is going to dwell upon the same subject, I know. But speaking about Moscow and Siberia and comparing it to Alaska, well, it seems to me that it's not only the issue of redistribution of funds from one region to another. As distinct from Alaska, Moscow and Siberia has no independent courts, no proper municipal structures, no public control. Which is, of course, of great interest for Moscow and Siberia. Many authors think that raw material is a curse for democracy. And Norway is the only country with its public control controls properly means of use for the target regions. So in our seminar we should talk not only about redistribution, but about what shall we do in general. This is the question, and Slava, I would ask you to answer me that later. Thank you for a chance to publicly discuss a number of ideas which we put on paper with Vladislav. Well, there were several mistakes in my introduction. I would not dwell upon them, because actually I have made one mistake at the presentation. There is only a name of Zubov, but that's not right. Of course, Inozemtsev should be there as well. We work together, we argue a lot, and who is actually the first is a question mark, but it doesn't matter. The name of the book, Siberian Boon. This was a challenge, or Siberian Blessing. 15 years ago there was a book which was called Siberian Curse, and this was our response, because we do not intend to look for mistakes, saying that someone is to blame for what is happening in Russia, in Siberia, I'm sorry. And the situation in general is such that there were 4 waves of conquering Siberia. The first one was almost invisible. This was entrepreneurish through Novgorod. the people came from the north to Siberia through Ob. And there were several settlements, but this was quite a weak wave. 3 other waves were rather of state nature. Well, criminals pushed out local peasants, and the state initiative was dominating. Then there were Komsomol constructions. Young and initiative people moved there, but still the state conducted a policy of state approach to developing territories. So it was not about efficiency, it was not about people, but about how to build more. Hence the figures about the railways and in hydrocarbon sector we have 1.2 million people per 140,000 citizens on the country. Per 75 million employees, we are fed by 1.2 million people. And this went on for 100 years, and this has to be changed. There are 4 items which I repeat. Pay attention at the sign at the presentation. At all my books there is a bull, because there is a bear economy, there is a bull economy. Those who deal with bear economy, we don't need any association, this is an economic slang. So those who favor the falling economy and they earn on the falling economy. We are bulls, we are optimists. The economy should be rectified, it should move on. So our approach is optimistic. First, someone in the government said that we decided to allocate money, and they say it's good. But allocate for what and to whom? And how are you going to ask for this money? People think that money is allocated and then the problem is resolved. But that is not true. You take a bucket which has no bottom and switch on the water and says, I'm doing something. But this wouldn't work. And the programs from the government that are abundant, they are numerous and they are unsuccessful. So first of all, they talk about allocations, expenses. Now, what is more important? The budget in its expensive side or in its earning side? The state, there is also a state approach. Well, there's a powerful projects. Ministers like this kind of approach. We think that you have to, first of all, take into consideration the earning part, the taxes, but to earn, you have to motivate business. Because administrative system is no longer efficient, and we all understand that that was not so. Historically, business is more efficient than any state structures in the economy. Another item mentioned by Vladislav. So what is Far East and Siberia? Actually, our movement to the east is the movement to the west. We need more than investments and money. We need technologies. This is illusion that our alliance with China gives us something. They would take more, I assure you, because their strategy is more precise and more proper. They will take what they need, but what will they give? China gave no new technology within the last 20 years. They copy everything. But you might develop relationships with those who invent these technologies. We need investments, private investments in the first place. investments which bring about new technologies, including the management system. Now, Elena Mikhailova mentioned item number 4, and it is there in our book. We have to specify relationships between the Federation and the regions, not only in the area of budget, but in the area of institutions. Who is responsible? Who takes decisions? I have an example here when the solution is taken in Moscow, and it's a blind alley, and the solution taken locally may be pretty effective. So I was the first elected governor of Siberia. That's why I share all your suspicions, all your hints, or all your guesses. And I'm absolutely convinced that the democratic institutions constitute one of the chief resources of the society development. In '95, it was a difficult time, but after a lengthy recession, so the first economic growth was registered in Krasnoyarsk Krai. One more thing. Now we are filled with information, and the information is so abundant because everybody is concerned with what happens now. And actually, probably our topic is a little bit away from current projects, from current problems. Not to me. We have to move on, and we have to resolve these tasks. Now, Vadim is political economist, an expert of the international nature, and I am rather a bookkeeper. I am an economist. So the first part of our book is setting rules, attempt to attract attention to something new, to a new approach of the resolution of Siberian problems and Russia in general. But now we concretize our research and show how you can be more efficient in developing Siberia, Russia in general. And this is Siberia. On the left, a total number of population, 25 million people. China, for comparison. In the second part of our study, we were more specific. We divided Siberia into blocks. You can't develop a territory with one approach. For each block, you need your own approach. The north, for instance. If ice thawing will be sustainable, then evidently the North Sea route would be important, but so far this is not the case. Well, we don't have here Western Siberia with its oil, because this is a separate problem, and this is more or less productive. But starting from Kemerovo, coal for the railway, and Eastern Siberia, where only oil fields are being developed. This is the problem territory. Siberia was always divided into Western Siberia, Eastern Siberia, and Far East. Now the Baikal region is singled out because this is a problem region. Far East and Eastern and Western Siberia feel better than the Baikal area, meaning the territory around Baikal Lake. Lower, I put down Mongolia just to show that there are only 3 million people there. And this is the region which is similar by natural resources and by population to what we call the Baikal area and Eastern Siberia. And they have found their own solution. So, well, making these blocks, we understand that approaches are to be different, and this is our proposal. These are threats and challenges. The key element of Siberian development is Trans-Sib, Trans-Siberian Railway line. It bypasses Mongolia. Below, well, I said that the threats and challenges. So the Central Asia is here. They bypass us with supplies to China. Gas goes directly from Uzbekistan to China. They are our competitors. If you do not take decisions quickly, a competitor comes in and creates a problem for us. These two green points are Mongolia, and they have only 2 oil fields, and they are developed smartly. That's copper. It's not oil. It's copper. One of them is copper, and it works already, and it gives profit, brings profit to the budget and to everybody who is connected with it. And our copper fields, Udakan, in the Baikal area, where 2 million people live, here 3 million. So this field already feeds Mongolia, and Mongolia, by the way, is one of the speedily developed country in the world, about 20% per year, and they pay money to the budget for the license. They were not afraid of one thing, which we are afraid of. They are not afraid that efficient managers from abroad would be managing these fields, and foreigners would invest money. They were not afraid of it. So it is profitable for those who invested money, and it's profitable for Mongolia. On the left, you see the coal mine. Udakan field is enormous in size, and open works were supposed to be done by nuclear explosion. And this was also considered by Andrei Sakharov, and this was planned. But till now, for 11 years, the license was given. Nothing was done. The license now is obtained by the structure which is led by Rostechnology. Rostechnology was not made for dealing with national resources. So, see, for 11 years nothing was done, and Mongolia for 4 years launched the field. If they launch another field, money is allocated, and Russian railway should build a railway in Tuva, coal in Tuva. So this is Mongolian vector, 200 kilometers to transport this coal, and from Tuva to Kuragina, about 500 kilometers. Then you have to bypass Krasnoyarsk Krai, Irkutsk Oblast, and Mongolia, and in the port you have to compete. But it has already been there for 200 kilometers brought from Mongolia. And when we consider different situations, we see that our approach, our view is not constructive. So Mongolia passes us by in this issue. Now, far east to the far east, it has to be able to cooperate with Americans, Canadians, Japanese, and Southern Korea directly. not necessarily with China. Nothing much will happen with China, but technologies and experience, yes. In Alaska, of course, they have independent court and self-governance. And they also have stabilization fund in Alaska. By the way, the same is done in Mongolia to attract population. This is a good approach. But Australia and Alaska are mentioned here as potential competitors, because we compete with them by our products, and they are quite successful in the mining area. I mean Australia, which supplies ore, coal to the Far East region, to China and to Japan. And Alaska is our potential competitor in hydrocarbons. You have to understand it and you have to be ready for it. But actually, you see, the hydrocarbon market, the situation has changed with the appearance of the shale gas. 4 years ago, we were ready to connive at it, but now this is a real threat to our economy. And there is also a marble gas, which is the gas which is endless in its capacities. It's everywhere, next to Japan, for instance, and they develop new technologies. This is the gas which is located at the bottom of the sea in a concentrated form, and Japanese develop corresponding technologies. And when Japanese do something like that, you have to be vigilant. This will not happen soon, but with the shale gas also everybody thought that it would not take place soon enough, but it happens. So there are threats and there are challenges. Every project should be considered as a threat or as a challenge. What happened with the shale? What has happened with the shale? You see, this project was stopped for the shale development. It was just stopped because we do not have corresponding technologies, and multi-million expenses were simply stopped. Probably you should invest your money into getting more oil and gas from the existing fields, make more processing than transporting for processing. These are the questions which are to be discussed. This is a geopolitical romanticism. Sounds nice, isn't it? Well, we understand the situation in Canada, United States, and Japan, but what about Northern and Southern Korea? Yesterday, I received information that a joint language is developed. Northern and Southern Korea, they developed a dictionary, and that really means that the topic of the unification of these two different regions of the same people. There are traditions and superstitions, experience of other countries, like, for instance, unification of GDR and FRG. At first it was euphoric, but now Federal Republic of Germany says that they spent a lot to support the level of the Eastern Germany. Such risks are there. But historically speaking, probably the unification of Northern and Southern country cannot be stopped. These Northern Korea, they have a low level of life, but they like to work. And another part in the South, they have capital, and they also love to work. We should work with the both. Why our preference is to Chinese and to Japanese? Why shouldn't we hold our projects with Northern and Southern Koreans, which are going to be united anyway? The capital and modern system of management and corresponding criteria of assessment of the decisions that are taken. If we do all this, we'll make efficient solutions when we modernize Siberia. And before completing this part, I would like to say the following. There are certain things which we actually take for granted. For instance, that demography is bad in Siberia, Chinese are moving on, and employ is not enough. But experience shows the mirror picture. Chinese incoming is not very big. They have their own purposes, but they do not plan to build pulp and paper plants. And the labor force, well, we should be ready. I don't know if you noted that Vladislav paid your attention to the fact that you should bring in labor force. If in Tobolsk oil processing plant is building, so half of the workforce is brought in, although this is Western Siberia and there are so many specialists around. This is a positive example when regions decide what to do with their resources. There is a stipulation in the constitution about joint projects, solutions taken at the level of federation and the level of the regions. Now, if it is something profitable, the project is profitable, decision is taken at the federation level.
Возникла идея, что освобождать и назначать без...
When the idea around to appoint governors, I gave an interview that was well known that I would resign if this should happen for a simple reason. You cannot govern your territory if you don't have the money and you don't manage the personnel. And when you're there, you see much nicer what is going on in the law enforcement. And since we worked in close cooperation with the leader of the police, and there were critical situations when we worked together. But if we didn't have that, I'm not sure what would have been. At that time, it was joint responsibility about issuing licenses. But the agreement was that actually they gave me the right to sign a license to start developing. There is just gold of the Olympiada deposit. Company Artsil, that was the name of it at the time. Can you imagine? It's just several people, like partnership. Artsil is the Russian word for partnership. And I took a risk and I signed this license, and the minister further signed. The risk was certainly high. As of today, this is the most effective enterprise in Russia about producing gold, the biggest, one of the best effective, which now reaches the level that they want to. The amount of gold that they produce, how much was that? Was it in 8 or 12 years? As of year 3, they already exceeded all the indicators. And this partnership was transformed into the Joint Stock Society, Polus, and now it is third biggest enterprise in my region. So you can do it, 4 points I wish to draw attention to. First, the simplified cross, horizontal and vertical. All the decisions are usually taken in the horizontal manner. It's redistribution. Somebody buys shares knowing that this works. We do not have the vertical mentality, vertical thinking, so that we should say produce more at every deposit. that we should go for reprocessing, that we should go for innovation. It's easier to buy assets from somebody else rather than come up with something that you invented on your own. And to invent this horizontal thinking, this is one of the bricks that stands in our way. I would take a simple decision to ban asset acquisition of the working enterprises to all state enterprises, at least 1% of state-owned property. This is the way to push it across. When the leader of the largest state corporation comes to the Prime Minister and says, look, we invented iPhone on both sides. Well, he says, they didn't invent it. It was a private company that invented that. And they just bought the assets. They don't even hold majority controlling stock. They just assume this glory and, okay, hydrocarbons, look at this risk about this South Stream, and it's doubtful whether it will be implemented. The question is, why at all are we building from our own money, either with loans or with investing our budgets into it? Nobody has any doubts that the power of Siberia, this gas pipeline for China, and it is sure that Rosneft is supplying oil to China, receiving donations from the budget. What is it about tax reduction? It is a subsidy, which is not obvious. Why can't they export it? Okay, we sell them the produce, please buy it. Yes, export it. If you want, please build a gas pipeline, oil pipeline, or if you want to build factory to process oil, okay, whatever. Anyway, let us raise this question and let us discuss it, and you would say, okay, it doesn't work. Privately owned business, I already mentioned it. And again, foreign capital, technologies and management. And the last point I wish to make, well, you know, conformism, it's a very convenient thing when we all are like-minded people, when we share the same perspective. But it's very dangerous. It works today, but it's very dangerous tomorrow. I like so much more the approach that was professed by Henrik Ibsen in one of his plays. The majority are always wrong. New ideas are generated by a minority, and the effective ideas might be only when they go against the grain of the existing practices. Generally accepted, convenient conformism. Our application for going for Siberia, Vladislav and I work on this here. We say we are ready to challenge. Prove to us that this is not so. But to walk a well-beaten path, it would lead us nowhere. We should look for new approaches. Valery Mikhailovich, you know, you really made my friends so much in love with you. Slavy Nazemtsev and Sergei Petrov, they're just delighted about you. And we, Yura and I, are also have fallen in love with you, and we want to see you. If they allow us to remain as a school, then you will be our excellent expert. Thank you very much. Please sign your book for me. Well, you know, I'm very proud that you said these words, because they are people who are very close to me. They are my friends, and most importantly, they're like-minded people. Both of them, as I think, represent the better part of Russia, and that I'm just sitting next to them. I think I was just lucky. They don't think you're just sitting next to them. They think that you're a source of inspiration for them, and I'm sure that this audience is also inspired by these people too. So your questions and answers and your comments, if you have any, please. The second row. Andrei Alexandrovich, without your permit. It's Siberia. So shall we begin with Bashkiria, please? My name is Azamat. I'm from Bashkortostan. Thank you very much for your presentation. The question is it's not so much about Siberia. In the presentation by Valery Mikhailovich, he said that democratic institutions are guarantee of development. Thus, the question. I would like to focus your attention at this. Many people hope that this year we shall have competitive election in a number of regions, when they will be electing governors in the regions. And Bashkortostan was one of such regions, and as it's well known, in the Republic we had hopes for competitive election after the party's Civic Force, which was led by Vyacheslav Leonidovich, when they put forward former Premier Ralih Sarbayev. But that was interesting that on the last day when the registered candidates, the party convened a congress, they revoked his candidates, and in this way competitive election never took place. Thus, my question, and I suppose I'm not alone in asking this question, and everybody lives in my republic. Why did it happen? How would you like to comment on this? And why should we talk about democratic institutions if, in point of fact, we so rapidly and cynically are cutting them short? Come on, if elections, yours. Well, this is a fundamental mistake. The very fact that we, as we pursue the policy of stability and stabilization, we should always support stability with innovation. If things have been pre-decided and the result is known before the election, and we know, in terms of governor's election, we know who will be elected, then the risk is we might miss a good idea. Businessmen will always tell you a number of good examples, and you know that the most outlandish ideas in business and technology turned out to be the revolutionary ideas. Say Baumer, when they brought him this telephone by Microsoft, the most innovative firm, and they said, look, for this iPhone there is no market. I suppose that was the greatest mistake he committed, and this was it. But these mistakes are being continued. Why is it that we decided that another logic works in management decisions as a whole? For example, as we elect our government. In our book, we give an example how in Russia, Russians went to the east, exploring the east, and how North America went west. You can look at Ferguson, his book was translated, Civilization. He steps how South and North America was explored and what different results turned out. When they crossed those famous Rocky Mountains, a number of people died there in California, which was a region like Trans-Baikal region. Today it's California, then it was just in a very different manner. Book that's written, but these people carried with them, and on the road they would make their choice. They would think when they come there, somebody should be responsible for something. Well, that would be the mayor. They elected them on the way, on the road. But the most important thing they brought to North America, the people who traveled, who reached their destination, two fundamental things, as I said. They brought the spirit of entrepreneurship, but that was brought to Siberia, because indeed, only those was undertaken who were ready to take the risk. And secondly, they took with them, with those terms, that was quite a democratic institution. They brought them with them. So that was a mistake, that this is convenient when you know what if somebody else wins? The experience of the early 1990s when I was elected tells me that it may happen this way or either way. But on average, it turns out better when people are elected. For example, I ran against the competition. Look, in Krasnoyarsk, they had an excellent choice. They were electing that year, 1993, when I was elected. They elected the city mayor, the acting city mayor, the chairman of the legislature of the city, presidential rep, entrepreneur who was a millionaire, hero of socialist labor, director of a big plant. I happen to be among them, and another odd guy. This happens. He was odd, but he gathered 0.5%. But in 2002, Krasnoyarsk could elect, I will tell you, that was a true election, but they chose between Khloponin, who became governor, chairman of the legislature Uz, who enjoys great authority across Russia as a lawyer, as a former senator, doctor of PhD in law, mayor of the city of Krasnoyarsk, who proved that he's very good about the economy. He was a mayor, and then Sergei Glazyev. That was the choice. Anything from the left to the right. In Krasnoyarsk, there's still people say that they make the right guess by choosing Khloponin. And nowadays, the election is run across a different manner. So those who stand to win, certainly we should pursue this idea. You would say, who is to blame? We are all of us to blame in the same degree. It depends upon each of us. The president, or say the leader of the presidential administration, traveled to Russia and said, let's revoke this candidature. Certainly not. Certainly not. Firstly, quite a democratic organization. They adopted one decision. Then, all of a sudden, in a very non-democratic manner, they did the other way. But it's not that administration of Bashkiria or in Moscow. No, they were members of the civic platform who took this decision. So there are things which the government is standing to be responsible for, and we also share our own responsibility. So there is a certain element of unpredictability about the election, but there is a chance. Small comment about Mr. Zakharov and Bashkir election. In this case, I have to say that I am the chair of the Supreme Council of this party, Civic Force, Civic Power. This is the party that is developing ideology and conceptual program. The bureau was headed by Mr. Ryavkin, who until recently put forward the candidate of the ex-prime minister. Later on, what happened was misunderstanding with Mr. Ryavkin and the presidential administration. The party Congress, who revoked the candidature, was pretty much fast. And Mr. Ryavkin, what I really appreciate him for, he later resigned. And in autumn, the party will be either abolished or will be reformatted. So, to a certain extent, that was the pressure that was put on them by the federal government, federal authority. Siberia, Evgeny Mitrofanov from Siberia, from Novosibirsk. My question to you is, you just focused that question to Mr. Innoziv, but Moscow cannot live without Siberia and the other way around. Why Siberia can't do without Moscow? This is question number one. Is that what we have to sell? Question number two. What do you take about this idea of bringing together all the Siberian during the existing federation to create some kind of Siberian republic to increase our political weight? Thank you very much for this mad question. Look, what I want to tell you, why Moscow and Siberia can't live without one another. For the first time, look, certainly you can say that there are some things you can sell, and Valery Mikhailovich is more optimistic. But today there is a huge infrastructure in place about delivering this. There are European markets. We have our work with Asian countries is not yet obvious. Supply to China till 2013. This is something that hasn't been done yet. Again, to develop the infrastructure, we need huge amounts of money. So I'm sure that in the conflict between Moscow and Siberia, when Siberia, say, should secede from Russia, this region will not be able to develop, because any integration is better today than being disunited. Let's look at Ukraine, and we're keeping an eye on this. Despite our political actions, we'll see how successful it will be once it ties its relations with Russia, or rather, when Russia severs its ties. I'm not sure they will survive, so I'm absolutely convinced that further movement ahead could be done together. At least this is the way it should be. Anything may happen. We cannot say anything about this. But anyways, I think that if we work together, we shall be more efficient. As to the ideas of Siberian Republic, well, look. I'll put it this way. Nowadays, we have Siberian Federal District. We see Western Siberia, Far Eastern Federal District. I don't overestimate the importance of some regions, but I would think that much more important would be an objective to organize the web of interaction between them. If so, nowadays all regional leaders travel to Moscow to ask for subsidies from other regions. We should turn it the other way around, so that Moscow should be financed only the projects that work in several regions, so that the regions do not compete for federal money and instead should bring together and cooperate in major investment projects. Because certainly this is turning them into macro regions. This is something that is needed. But it should not be driven by administrative, it should be driven by economic motives. So our best experience of the 1990s association and several agreements, I'm sure these associations and this interaction is much more important than administrative interaction between several constituent entities. I'll use a couple of words here. From Krasnoyarsk to Novosibirsk, the distance is much greater than from Moscow to St. Petersburg. A plane from Krasnoyarsk to Kemmer, I'm not sure whether they fly there, Tomsk they fly or not. This is a problem about communication. Very often, to travel to another city in Siberia, we have to travel to Moscow and then back to another city. Just look how Siberian agreement worked in the 1990s. That was serial help, and without any administrative leverages, many questions were resolved at the time. Khabarovsk. Vasily Kropotkin from Khabarovsk. Thank you very much for your presentation. I looked the school travels to Khabarovsk, and I would be very happy if you were invited there so that people from our region should listen to you. My question is here. Much is being done about turn towards the east, and a special ministry has been set up, and the program where most costs for transport, which, as you think, modernization of BAM and Transsib, as you think, are not very profitable, but still. Valery Mikhailовich said that most people are always wrong, but the minority are right. You quoted somebody. How these ideas could be brought across to the government so that the government should hear it, or at least should borrow some points from your book and practice. About theory, minority, majority. In the book that is unnamed book that we wrote with Alexei Makarkin, we discussed one point, and one of the points was such that the minority, they're always in opposition, and the opposition, this is just like pain in your body. It gives you a signal that the disease is coming. If it were not for pain, we would not know that we would be sick, we would die. It is pain that shows that something needs to be done. If there is no opposition in society, if nobody listens to the minority, this is a fundamental problem about society's development. About getting the message across, there are two ways to get the information across to the government. First of all, when the government is elected, because in theory, you can vote in many different ways. In reality, election day is when you want to travel to the dacha and to travel on a Sunday and to vote. Well, a number of other circumstances, but you could do it. You could go and vote and voice your opinion. And the second way, which, as I hoped, we will never reach it and never again use it in this country, when people disregard it all and they just went out, express our outrage in different forms. There are two ways, I don't know. People, mass media, we can see how they can fail, and we have seen that is not the case. But most importantly, just morally, this is the point I was raised with, and repeat myself, maybe you might listen to it too. Don't be upset, don't be shy about communicating with like-minded people. Natalia Zakharova, you now have the floor. Microphone, please. Good day. I didn't raise my hand, but okay. Well, I have a question to Mr. Inozemtsev. The agreement to set up the Eurasian Union, signed in May between Russia, Kazakhstan, and Belarus. I would like to hear your say on this. What is it? Is it return to the Soviet Union, or if not, do you think in modern situation, is it possible or not? The return to the Soviet Union. Well, listen, I'll try to be brief. It doesn't seem to me it is return to the Soviet Union, because it's impossible. You heard a presentation by Natalia Damyshin, who spoke about it. The time is gone, and in many ways this is impossible. What is this union about? It's a certain attempt to create an illusion that Russia is gaining some allies. We have this, Putin gives Freudian slip of the tongue, that Russia doesn't enter any unions 3 weeks after they signed this agreement. But in my view, this is doesn't lead anywhere, which would lead that Russia will lose to Kazakhstan and Belarus, because today Kazakh tax is 31% lower than in Russia, and management quality is much better in governance. Actually, now we get a huge market access for countries through Central Asia, which will mean declining foreign investment to Russia. Belarus is much more industrialized than Russia and will supply us agricultural and industrial produce, so we'll get competitors who are much better prepared than we, and like as a payment for some political illusion of their loyalty. Therefore, for Russia, in my view, it doesn't promise anything. I was telling you that today we live in a time of marine economy. And what I wanted to say is that surely, if you're interested in this, you may have read or seen references to a paper by well-known British geopolitician Mackinder. He spoke about Heartland, who in the early 20th century, who said, those who control Central Asia, they control the global polity. And Dugin and others, they are promoting these ideas. But for one very simple example, Mackinder wrote his paper in 1904. This year, so 100 years passed since the beginning of the World War I. In the world, they built 775,000 kilometers of railroads from 1887 to 1914, in 34 years. Mackinder thought that the importance of the geographical situation of the Central Asia, thought that it is safe from attack from the sea, and that could be developed through building continental railways. That was a huge mistake, because from 1913 till 2013, the railways, their length declined by 6,000 kilometers. This is something that does not develop. America dismantled half of its railroads because they do not need them. And we build new railroads into Central Asia, into geopolitical direction which would lead us nowhere. The EU is a unique integration association in the world because it brings together amazing countries. Russia tries to bring together Kazakhstan, Kyrgyz that have no access to sea. The only Eastern European country that has no access to sea is Belarus, and the only Transcaucasian country that has no access to sea, Armenia. It's a cul-de-sac in the order of 5. Welcome to the 21st century. May I add to this? As to railroads, as it was already mentioned, they use it to transport in Transsib, most of all oil, ores, and coal. Coal gives losses, 30% losses. The more we transport coal, the more costs we accumulate. This is just to add to what was said before.
Let's move on. A question from Ingushetia. Are you fond of Siberia? I'm Timur Zakhov from Ingushetia. I'm not exactly an Ingush. I grew up in the Far East and in a famous oil town, and a significant part of my life I went to school there, and I grew up there, and so I'm really look at myself as an integral part of Siberia. And you know, in some mysterious way, North Caucasus are linked with Siberia, and it's manifested in a strange way. And one of such manifestations is that the first agent of president in North Caucasus was Mr. Khloponin. And now, when the sphere of influence is divided by the two ministries, it was headed by another former governor of Krasnoyarsk Krai, Sergei Kuznetsov. And I think you also have some relation to North Caucasus, or at least you need to have that idea. So I'm also a little bit surprised why people from Siberia are believed to be most efficient experts for the development of North Caucasus. Perhaps the reason is that those managers who succeeded in Siberia are quite capable of promoting North Caucasus. You know, Siberia, compared with the European Russia, is a most Russian ethnic territory. But on the other hand, it's a great international territory. No international or ethnic prejudices, or at least much less than in other territories. The reason is that Siberia had a lot of settlers who came to Siberia and started their life from scratch there, and that's the advantage of Siberia. The other reason is, I think, and I'm not talking about that specific situation, but Mr. Khloponin, prior to being appointed as governor of Krasnoyarsk Krai, was the CEO of Norilsk Nickel. And then he was appointed the governor of Taymyr, and then only after that he was appointed the governor of Krasnoyarsk Krai. And Mr. Kuznetsov was always with him. And the scope of responsibilities when you manage such major territories is great. And Krasnoyarsk Krai is the number of hydropower plants, a lot of major manufacturing facilities, defense industry facilities that make virtually all communication satellites. It's nuclear industry, it's agriculture. In the middle of 1990, in Krasnoyarsk Krai, they produced more grain than the Altai Krai put together. And Krasnoyarsk is a very cultural center. there is the only museum in Europe that was awarded 2 times by the Council of Europe, and so the scope of responsibilities really teach managers, but when they move to North Caucasus, and I really spent a lot of time in Petigorsk, and my mother lives in Lermontov, another town next to Petigorsk, but we still have to live and see how they will succeed in North Caucasus. Your question, please, dear colleague. Please introduce yourself. I'm Aldar Josrayan from Zabaikalsky Krai. And Mr. Zubov spoke of Zabaikal, and we have a lot of minerals, a lot of oil, copper, and the lion's share of uranium is produced in Zabaikalia. But our living standards are quite low. We rely on subsidies from the center. So my question is, when will finally the state turn to face all our problems, and those problems are addressed? Or they will wait when oil and gas are exhausted, only then we'll switch to the production of oil, gold and copper. My answer would be twofold. Your starting point is not correct. You don't have to wait when the state turns to face your problems. You should start doing that on your own. You don't have to waste time trying to talk your opponents into taking your problem seriously. And really, we should advertise our strength points, and we should demonstrate to the world that we are not very few. In the Zabaikalia region, there is a new governor, quite young person, and I don't think that it's quite hard for you to have an interview with that gentleman and ask him why we cannot do what they did in Mongolia. And you should have some air on television. You should write articles in media. You should make the authorities turn to you. And the Mongolians showed us that it could be done quite quickly, and we can learn from their lesson. Maria, your question, please. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. I'm Maria Gumilova from St. Petersburg. In my capacity, I am a sinologist, and when I say that the Russian economy is to drop the idea that China is the only partner in the Middle East, we can agree with that. But when I say about the attraction of investments and raising capitals in Siberia and Russian Far East, and if my understanding is correct, you say that we should really change our status as a mineral exporting country. But at the same time, you say that all our neighbors are interested in receiving Russian exports of minerals. And if so, then there is a question, what can we offer to foreign investors in Siberia and the Russian Far East? Perhaps it's quite logical, it would be quite logical to develop Russian Far East as the shipping or logistic hubs. So China started by opening free economic zones in coastal areas because it's more feasible in terms of economy. Thank you very much. I think I'll start, and I would agree with a number of your points. And today, what we offer is mostly minerals, raw materials, and the situation will continue for quite some time. And but the situation is that we need to think of profit-oriented methods. We should be more efficient and not to build huge into mega projects. That is the case now. We should really learn from the Mongolian lessons and raise investments from foreigners. But speaking of China, Chinese would never move their manufacturing facilities to the Russian territory. So we need to talk to those countries which are prepared to do so it's Japan, South Korea. Perhaps we should allow Western companies to produce and extract minerals in Siberia, perhaps on special terms, and perhaps we should really ask them to establish deeper conversions, high-level conversions enterprises, providing them some tax reliefs or other privileges. And I fully agree with you that can be started from the coastal areas, from logistic hubs. And in China, they had an advantage of having a great number of cheap labor, which is not the case in Siberia and the Russian Far East. And we should see how we can replace cheap labor with cheap minerals and raw materials. So again, the sequence is like this: ports first, then foreign investors, processing of minerals, and its shipping to the South Pacific areas. When we make a statement that we should really place an emphasis on a private business rather than on state investments, we fully realize that that's the position which tells us that we are unaware what kind of business will be profitable and beneficial. It's up to the businesses themselves to make their choice. So we should really proceed from that assumption. Nobody knew, nobody could expect that one of the high-tech areas, California, would start developing as a mineral-producing region, because people first came there to produce gold, to extract gold, silver. And we were built only one road to Siberia. In California, 4 roads were built. And Stanford University was one of the establishments that made a great contribution to build that railway. So we should really proceed from the assumptions that we don't know for sure what would really happen. But for the time being, what should we be afraid of being rich in minerals? We can really make use of it in a different way, more efficient way. So those are the two positions, and I think those stands are quite important, and the business is quite conscious what efficiency means. And as for ports and logistic hubs, and I think people from the Caucasus, Mr. Haudinov, if I'm not mistaken, has already started doing the logistic hub business there. High School of Economics, please, your question. I'm Velikok from the Leningrad region. Vyacheslav Leonidovich, you said that you are not the supporter of federalism, but you are talking about that, and as for the regional policies, that is aimed at supporting weak regions and is linked to securing the support of voters. And resources is something that is the subject of bargain between the federal center and regions, because economically strong regions demand they have more political autonomy, and the center does not want it, because it so happens that such strong centers in such places, such strong regions, people do not vote for the united Russia. So I wonder if economic freedom can be achieved without the political freedom, although I can really predict your answer, and still I would like you to answer that. Thank you very much for a well-articulated question and point. I agree. You are talking about the right things, and the redistribution now is in favor of poor regions. And that's, in my view, is a dangerous trend, because it's here when we see the greatest degree of loyalty to the authorities, and I spoke on that account many times, and I believe that if in the republics of North Caucasus, please don't get offended, and the number of Povolzhia republics, Volga region republics, if they didn't vote for the United Russia so unanimously, United Russia wouldn't be the ruling party here. So the subsidies and dotations to those regions do not only exhaust the budget, but it also ruins the political and economic efficiency of the entire system. As for the question if economic autonomy would guarantee political autonomy, it's a complex question, and I'm not certain that that's a must, because a number of federal models are well balanced, and they provide both a level of free economic and political activities, and which is seen in the United States, where individual states can even pass their own legislations, although the taxation system may different and penalties are different, although all the states have equal rights. So I don't think that that's the only precondition when economic independence would be translated in some opposition to the center. So it's not a must, and I believe that from my perspective, the current political elite has become so inadequate that we cannot rely on any positive changes under the current order, and everything that we write is not designed for the current leaders. Okay, let's move on. I'm Olga Fadeva from West Siberia, from Yugra. Thank you very much for such an interesting talk. And I would like to make a number of comments. In the civic society of Yugra, there are always some displeasure with the unjust redistribution of cash flows, and they would like the local government to pay more attention to that disparity, and the roadmap of the development of that region features the enlargement of regional aviation. And I would like to ask you the following question. What's your attitude to the fact that big business imposes a great impact and influence on the authorities, even sometimes circumventing law? So what's your vision of that issue? We cannot have positive attitudes towards such disparities. And it's not only the influence and pressure on the authorities. The fact is that big business is less and less efficient, and the bans on to operate in the shelf regions and in other deposits to everybody, all companies except for Rosneft and Gazprom, ruins our economy, and the merge between big business and the authorities is very threatening. Big business is really is based on mineral extractions, on low-level conversion products, and it's less efficient. And as for the development of regional aviation, well, the positive things are quite obvious. And say in Alaska, more than 10,000 small aircraft are registered. And in our case, we don't have to build major aircraft hubs from the budget. We can think of how we can accommodate the regional local aviation, but private business should help it. Should the government wanted to do so, it can be again subsidized from the budget, so major airlines would love to have part of such business. But in your case, if it's not subsidies that would build airports and airlines, but at least if subsidies can help to pay compensations for non-efficient routes and flights, it would be great for the expansion and development of local and regional aviation. Well, I think Vladislav has already said it all, but on my part, I can only say that I didn't like your question, and if you compare the pressure of business today and the pressure of big business on the authorities in the times when I was in power, there are no parallels. In 1999, 3 oligarchs stopped my re-election without much effort. As for the coordination and cooperation, in the recent days, we all understand how important regional aviation is for such territories as ours. And I really took some lessons of flying, and in the vicinity of Molokova, we are thinking of building a small airport. I actually jumped with a parachute myself, and today big business does not play that great role in taking government-based decisions as it seems to be. Certainly, with the help of Moscow, big business can have some solutions to their problems in Siberia, although there are some regions that are strong enough to oppose that. But in general, by and large, big business exercises quite weak influence now on the decision-making in the country. And look how MPs from the State Duma vote. There are some lobbies and MPs from business, but counter business interest decisions are taken on a regular basis, and it's seen in the budget items too. So from my perspective, and I think that the oligarch influence on the government is weakened, but the fact that big business was separated from the power is a minus, and we can really argue about that. A question from St. Petersburg. I'm Konstantin Krylov from St. Petersburg. My next question is about small or regional aviation. It's great, but even in this case, they need fuel and major projects, 8-lane highways, bridges. Who will pay for such projects? We make no plans. And we're not going to build any 8-lane highways. The thing is that each economic effort is to be efficient. And if just 30,000 people live in an area, a paved road will be enough. A 2-lane paved road will be enough. We should really proceed from reasonable efficiency. Ishayev, the former presidential agent, said that Russia had to build a bridge to Sakhalin Island just because it had to. We strongly reject such arguments. The French, until 1984, ran a ferry connection to Rendezvous Island, but then they calculated that if a commercial bridge was built, and it would pay back for 8 years, and they did it, and it paid back 3 times. So that's the way how we act in our territories. We don't need an 8-lane highway between Blagoveshchensk and Khabarovsk. Such projects are to be regarded as the last turn projects. Let us enlarge our population, build new ports, logistic hubs, and if we succeed, then we will think of 8-lane roads. Another question from the High School of Economics. Nikolai Malchikov from the Tyumen region. My question goes to former Governor Mr. Zubov, and some introduction to my question. It's quite known now that Russia is experiencing economic downturn, and the mineral extraction tax is withdrawn from the region. It's in the center now, so we lost a lot in the Tyumen region. Our deficit is 35 billions now. So my question is as follows. Will the institution of governors change? Because it's for governors there are only two options: gradually move to a recession that is happening in the Tyumen region, or the governor will conflict with the federal center and will try to safeguard the interests of the region. Formally, we are not in the recession yet, although we understand only too well that the economy is not growing. So what is the governor able to do? Approximately in the year 2000, in 2000 and 2001, a formula was incorporated into the tax code when all taxes are divided by half, 50% to the regional budget and 50% to the federal budget. That formula was dropped off later on, and the ratio is 37 per 33 in favor of the federation. Now in the regions we don't have funds. We don't have enough payroll funds. What investment project can you think of? How can you support businessmen through tax reliefs, since the regions cannot use these tax relief instruments no longer? And based on the assessment made by the government, the characteristics, features of the budget for 2016-2017, I know that indebtedness of the regions now is 1.8 trillion rubles. Sometimes they speak even of 2 trillion rubles. And given the fact that it applies to about 30 or 40 regional budgets, consolidated budgets, governors have no room for maneuver, no flexibility. Now the problem is how to fill that gap, and it's not just a one-time gap. That's the gap that has been accumulated for many years, and that gap is growing. And unless we address the gap, no governor will have financial instruments. As for the mineral extraction tax, it has always been federal, but there is another special feature which reflects the general trend. The mineral extraction tax is supposed to be increased, while import duties are reduced. I'm talking about raw materials. So by rising mineral extraction tax for all the companies who receive those products for processing companies will increase costs. And by decreasing the import-export duties, we make privileges and preferences for the foreign users of the Russian raw materials, and that's a very strange logic. It runs counter to the efficiency method. You, please, at the end of the table, introduce yourself, please. I'm Stanislav Avramenko from the Rostov-on-Don. Valery Mikhailovich, and based on what you said, my understanding is that it's hard to speak of our modernization in Siberia by their own forces, and it's not China who we should speak of. It's mostly Canada or United States, but from the top we can hear the opposite story. It's China that is in focus. You said that there are some changes under the current regime, and you said that those changes are minor, and Siberia will stay to be a region which will be just the resource base, and no investments will go there. I wonder how long such a situation can last. we cannot speak of the change of power, but how much time we still have or for how long the Siberia may last, and perhaps after all it's the Siberia that will produce a revolution to start the liberation of the country. That's one of the main assumptions of the book. Because we proved that in Siberia we have much more prerequisites for positive changes. And so my brief answer is yes, Siberia is the best region for changes. Taking advantage of what you've said, I would like to clarify one point about China. You said it just very briefly, but that's a very important point. At some time, Mikhail Zadornov, who you met yesterday, and I, when we were MPs in the State Duma, we noticed that we were about 10 years late with the AIDS solutions, but China, Iran. So we were just ignoring the subject, but in 2000-2001, AIDS and HIV became a problem in this country with very high growth. And in economic terms, we tried to draw everyone's attention to the fact that if we fail to change the situation, then the whole healthcare budget will be spent for HIV and AIDS medications. No measures were taken, and what happened? The majority of the experts just left the country. That topic kept silent in this country. You cannot see any stories, any coverages in the media about that disease. I spoke in New York. I made this presentation in New York. My English was bad. And I made a bad mistake speaking in English, but from the room, from the audience, they told me to speak Russian because the majority of the audience was Russian, and it was in New York. So, in the framework of that topic, or just to explore those areas, the delegation from the Krasnoyarsk region visited China. And there was a question that is not discussed in this country at all. We know that drug addiction is incurable. It's a dependence, and drug users have a lot of chances that they will never cure. In the West, they found some option. Certainly, they cannot cure drug addicts in the West too, but the problem is how to socialize those people. I'm not certain that it's politically correct to say it, so I will stop short of doing that. Please find out what I'm talking about. So in Russia, those methods were never borrowed, they're never practiced, but in China they did. And when visiting China, I realized that the Chinese authorities were and are very much more progressive than Russian counterparts. And responding to my question, how come you did that? Because there was a strong opposition in China too. And in China, healthcare officials and police are most rivals. And you know what they said to me? So one of the experts and founders of that treatments, he said that China is still a big country. Our per capita income is 5 to 6 times less than in the developed countries, but our population is 1.5 billion people, and China is going to play a dominant role in international relations sooner or later. So we are preparing to be fit into this role, and that is the reason we need to really borrow and practice internationally proven methods which prove to be efficient. So in China, they very clearly realize what their interests are, but still they are not embarrassed to borrow best methods, best practices, starting from manufacture and all the way to AIDS or HIV treatment. So responding to your question, when situation will change in Siberia or North Caucasus, our topic is Siberia, but it's just a pretext to discuss all Russia questions and problems. And we should not be we will never lose Pushkin, Dostoevsky, or Tchaikovsky and Gagarin. So we should not be so self-conscious, and that's the effects of how great our country was. But we should not be shy of borrowing best practices, learning from lessons of other countries. So we are to be guided by really the best what is available in the world. Our people should buy best cars, and our management and governance systems are to be well fit into the global standards. Dear colleagues, I cannot allow any more questions since the time is up. I think that this session was quite a success when it was shared by two experts. And looking at your reaction, I noticed that even those people who live far away from Siberia were interested in listening those stories. I used to live in Blagoveshchensk in Amur region, and I would say that that topic will inevitably be on the agenda even for those who live in the Rostov-on-Don. Siberia is all Russia topic, and I'm really pleased that we had the pleasure of the company of the two experts, and I think the school will continue elaborating those problems in the future. Let's thank the experts, please.
Друзья, садитесь за стол, пожалуйста, с столом свободные места. Занимайте места. Кто опоздает, сядет назад. Ничего страшного.
Так, добрый послеобеденный день. Как это сказать? Надо отметить, что люди после обеда. И у нас у составителей такая режиссерская задумка, когда мы режиссируем. Кто после обеда, какой эксперт вытянет сон из сна.
Ага.
Понимаешь, Ирка? И ты... Значит, но это не главное, почему мы еще ее... Это главное, почему мы ее поставили после...
Что значит? So it is really the question of how and what expert would be able to draw the audience from the afternoon nap, from the afternoon sleep. A couple of impressions I would like to share with you about Irina Yasina and what unites us. First of all, she is the daughter of very prominent parents, but by her age, she is like my daughter. And even though she is my daughter, she is my friend. She's a daughter by her age, but at the same time she's a friend, and we can talk about economy. We can talk about men. Well, we haven't done it for a long time, but think about my age first. The second and very important characteristic, I met Irina Yassina in Germany when the leader of the country, one of the leaders of the country, Mr. Chernomyrdin, was presenting at a lofty German forum, which was at this time very, very successful, even in the Soviet era. But then, of course, Mr. Chernomyrdin was talking, was co-hosting this meeting with Chancellor Kohl, and the chairman of Adenauer's foundation is here. So first, Mr. Kohl speaks, and he talks about the unification of Germany. Yes, he speaks in a very, very sentimental way, and that the business is developing, so everything is quite good. Then the speaker was the British political analyst and thinker Timothy Ash, and he was also speaking about the great global breakthrough because the Berlin Wall was down. And then Mr. Chernomyrdin comes to the fore, who says so wonderful things about democracy and liberalism that one can hardly believe that one hears these words from the mouth of a Russian politician. And he speaks about these things without paper, without any text, without any homework. And he never said an obscene word, by the way. So we were, of course, so much impressed. The business, the German business, primarily were so profoundly impressed with this enlightened liberalism and democracy. Then there was another person who came to the fore, to the Mr. Vyacherev, the head of Gazprom at that time, and he was hardly seen, but he whispered. Yeah, he spoke. He said, "It's all right, it's all right. We will continue working in the same way." And then we were having a boat trip on the Spree River with Ira and Tanya Nesterenko. We decided to come to Mr. Chernomyrdin and compliment him on what he said, and so we did that. And Irina tells him how impressed we were, and he said, "Thank you." No, we told him, "Viktor Stepanovich, we admire you. You spoke so well." And he answered, "Girls, is that true?" And I could never forget that. I could never forget this. Girls, is it true? So we made friends, and one day, when the default happened, which was not contingent of Mr. Chernomyrdin's government. So who was talking on behalf of all these financial people, on behalf of the central bank? Who do you think it was? Of course, Irina Yassina. So she was able to bring the audience to terms with this financial crisis. I shall stop at this in my introduction, but let me say that today we do not meet each other very often, and she's often outside of the city, and I am more often in Moscow. But Irina is not just a friend to me. Irina, to me, is one of the most striking and tender examples of overcoming the suffering and pain. When you're affected, which is developing in front of my eyes, which has been like that for about 6 to 7 years, how one can retain that appetite, that joyous perception of life, this critical thinking, how it is possible to live through and to stand upright, in the words of Merab Mamardashvili. This is not just an example. If we can stand upright, we do. We do it alone. No, unfortunately, we don't do it in collective terms. But when you think that there is such an inspiring example next to you, you garner some strength and you derive energy and courage. And you may thus stand and envy. And thank you very much. Well, dear friends, this genre has been called as the dialogue or talk to, which is good because I won't have to talk all the time myself, but we will use this interactive regime. There's not much to talk about. There's not much to tell you in terms of the new things. The only good news, if one may say, today is that the shareholders of Yukos won a case in the Hague court, and the Hague court has not awarded $100 billion, but only $50 billion. But as a former employee of these shareholders, I'm quite elated. But as a Russian citizen and as a former economist, I can tell you that this is a lot of money. And of course, we have to build the Kerch bridge. We have to conduct the football cup, World Cup, and then about $50 billion awarded by the Hague court to the Yukos former Yukos shareholders. And so I think that Russia will not pay. And I think that we will be still go through yet another sanctions. But in addition to the sanctions that we're already going through, I think this will still be tolerable. But this duality is extremely burdensome. And indeed, I live here. I have my father here. I have my daughter here. I have my dog here. I am sick and live in Russia, and I don't want these sanctions. And on the other hand, one feels that these people should be punished. But when you are among those who are being punished, is very unpleasant. And in that same way, I felt to myself, I felt this controversy. about the Yukos case, and the fact that Russia would have to pay at some point is coming from my taxes, is coming from my pension. It is coming from my pension, which is 14,000 rubles a month. So that's quite a bit of money. That's quite a bit of check. So this duality is very depressive. Let me tell you how I'm trying to save myself in that very burdensome psychological situation. The first salvation is my friends, and I like to talk to my friends, and I like to talk about different things, and I can't talk about the Ukraine because I don't have enough energy to talk either about the Ukraine or about the Boeing and the terrible shame that I feel together with the inability to cope with this, and this shame is of course exacerbated by the two ladies who are my ladies, maids, one from Kremenchuk and one from Izumsk, and they know that I'm not to blame. And the town of Izum is in the Kharkiv region, but it is indeed almost a sister city of Slaviansk in the Donetsk region. And the tanks go drive there, and the warplanes fly over their heads, and so it is extremely difficult to try and to talk to them, because every time when I switch on the TV, and when I have some news, Euronews, and the news come to me, and I ask to switch off the TV because this is impossible to hear. And so what do I do to contain this depression? I decided for myself that I will be making and reading lectures at home and then publish them online. I have already made an agreement with the German embassy and will be very happy if the Adenauer Foundation helps me to hear the Germans' reminiscence as to how they lived through the years 1945 to 1948, because it appears that as all Russians, I know what is May the 9th of 1948, and I also know what is 1948, the Erkert reform, which was a very, very strong, and of course the Americans made a great contribution with the Marshall Plan and other things. But what certainly interests me is how did the Germans go through the defeat and the tragedy, that great. Well, how do you say, the great shame and the nostalgia for the lost empire. I don't think it was just thanks to the Americans, that the Americans on the bayonets of the Allied rifles made the Germans survive this. No, I think that the Germans must tell us, because we will have to, and I hope that this happens during our lives, we will have to pay with our repentance for what is happening. I am not comparing ourselves with Hitler's regime, but everything that happened then. But the sobriety from Krymnash is eventually coming, and we will have to repent. We shall have to repent. And those whose parents, I'm not a Cassandra, I don't know how this will transpire, but it will, because otherwise, as there was no repentance for the Western Belarus and the Western Ukraine and Afghanistan and Chechnya, If there is no repentance for this, then our nation will face an evil end. Because under this burden of ill doings, it is very difficult to stand. Each one of us can be an honest person, which is also a way out. This is the only thing that I can tell myself, to create and I'm extremely happy that not a single acquaintance has ever said to me that Crimea is ours. There was one lady, a trainer, my coach on physical culture, and she said to me that she is watching TV, and so she was trying to convince me that these people, and I asked her to switch on the Dorzh channel, and about 2 weeks ago, after the plane was downed, she told me, "I think you might have been right, but we have not had meetings for the past 4 months because we were having hot talks." So much for now, so much for the beginning. Everything else that I'm doing, everything else that I'm trying to do is an attempt to switch off my mind, but it is not possible to switch off one's mind. Andrei Orlov wrote a beautiful poem. Where is this door? Where is this go away? How can we go away? I even have a column in my Facebook account about because I have squirrels, and squirrels have lice, and my vet doctor said that I have to do certain things to get off the lice, and then my maid called his husband in the Ukraine, and he said that you have to get some bitter you have to get some bitter herbs to. Well, they're small. I don't see them anyway. So this is what I'm trying to fill my days with. So let's go on and have a talk. Let us agree on the following. I'm glad that we will start with Sasha's question. 3 minutes for comment and 1.5 minutes for a question. Irina Evgenina. Alexander Chernov from Bryansk. I don't need Crimea, and I'm having great arguments with my colleagues, and I'm always in minority. But what I'm personally concerned about is that we are constantly being told about the repentance, and the Americans. I do not. It does not seem that they are that they're full of penance, that they're full of repentance. Do you not believe that we will be in this minority? Well, frankly, I don't care about the Americans. They have their lives. They live somehow. Although I have an uncle who is in America, who is a U.S. citizen, but he lives and works in Russia. And this was a dissident story. And so, when George Bush, the junior, started the military campaign in Iraq, 2004, he was in Moscow and he came to my apartment and said that that's not us, that's him. Even though there was a huge number of people who supported George Bush, the junior, in the United States, and there was a great euphoria in the U.S. because the military campaign in Iraq was perceived by many as a revenge for the 9/11 terrorist attacks. But can you tell me how many people support this? I don't care about the Americans. I don't even care about the Germans. Who have been able, however they could, but they did, lived out this sin, they lived out this terror, and we no longer associate the Germans of today with the Nazis who killed our grandfathers and great-grandfathers, even though in 1984, when I first went abroad, which was the German Democratic Republic, GDR, my grandmother cried because I was going to visit the Germans, to visit Germany. So I don't care about them. Anyway, I don't care, but I do care about us. I do care about this people. I do care about this nation. It is not that I don't care about them. I do want to, but I do not. I do care about us. I have never personally been held accountable for the crimes perpetrated and instigated in this country. But there's something that you have to do to overcome this in the society, because people have to understand this was done by us. And when 85% support Mr. Putin and his policies, including his policies in this crisis, one has to think of as to how people must live this out. I'm not a religious person. I am not a religious person. That they say that in the Orthodox Church, in Orthodoxy, in Christianity, they say that penance would would soothe or allay your concerns. But it appears that the Orthodoxy here is quite discreet. But some commandments seem to be abandoned. Well, I understand that there is no other way to get out of this paradigm of violence. Anna Uryadova from Yaroslavl. Well, I'm not sure about penance or repentance, but the conscience or consciousness of what is happening or what has been happening in this country's history is eminently important. It is not many in this country who are in any way willing or prepared to do that, and it appears that we are in some sort of an incubating cell in this school, and we are not only learning to think, but we are also learning to share our feelings and my second comment would be that people must have certain motives. I remember when I was in the United States during the first Gulf War. I was in West Point, and walking the streets of the town, we saw the yellow bands, yellow ribbons on the trees, and we were asked the locals what were these. They said that the people who went to the war had these bans on the trees, and those who did not, who would not get back, will not untie the bands. And this is just a minor detail. And if we need to move these people, we need some signs and symbols. I was in the United States during the Gulf War myself, and I saw some other things. I was at that time lived at the university campus in Ohio, which was just a very middle average America, and the Kent University was next to me, where in 1968 students were killed for the anti-war rally. This was indeed in the Kent University. At that time, the struggle for peace became an all-American movement because the police shot at the unarmed students. So by that university building, we saw some very strange people who had little soldiers, tin soldiers in their. They held them in their hands. They were dipping the tin soldiers into the red paint, and then put the red paint-stained tin soldiers into a condom, which was indeed a demonstration as to what end would overtake these people. The war had just started. The coffins had not yet started to arrive back home, but these people were at that very time already against the war. And this tradition of the Kent University, and I asked them, where do they come from? They come from Kent. So this was quite amazing. Philip Corbett from St. Petersburg. Well, the Crimean issue was not a vibrant issue for the Russian society before the crisis, but we knew that president's rating was at 40%, and now the approval level is at 80%. However, the one thought that bothers me is that there is this right of nations for self-determination, and I would like to learn about your opinion because there have been many difficult cases and examples. How do you perceive this norm of the international law regarding the situation, understanding that this was at the same time very beneficial to the ruling regime?
I am not to make a profound legal and political analysis. I can go deep into my feeling. Yes, there was a referendum, and there are so many military pensioners in the Crimea, and many other people who want to live in Russia. But at the same time, there were the so-called polite people. I don't know why and what for. It might have been done in a different way. It might be done more in line with international standards. I also conduct seminars like Lena, and I take her as a model. This is the Club of Regional Journalism. That's my seminar. And once Yegor Gaidar spoke in front of us and told us about his book, The Death of Empire. You, by the way, read it. It's very interesting. I think this is the best what was written about the, last years of the Soviet power. There were 60 persons in the room. The recording took place, and people started asking questions. And one of the guys said, "So why did we give the Crimea to Ukrainians? Crimea. Why? In 1954. Why was it given to the Ukrainians? And Yegor Gaidar said, well, we tried not to give it. And he told us the following story. And I heard it with my own ears. In Belovezhskaya Pushcha, and Yegor Gaidar was personally witnessing this, Yeltsin said to Kravchuk, let us return to the issue of Crimea. And Kravchuk said, okay, but then let us think that all our arrangement on moving away all nuclear weapons from Ukraine to Russia would also be nullified. Yes, let's get back to the issue of Crimea, but then we remain the nuclear power. So the Budapest Protocol of '94, but nobody knows what is there in mind. It's not mentioned somehow. But Russia, Ukraine, the United States, and European Union talked about the thing that the Ukraine agrees on non-nuclear status in the exchange of the territorial integrity. Yeltsin understood that the Yugoslavian option between two countries with nuclear power, this is the end. And Yegor Gaidar told us in details there was no strategic nuclear weapon in the Ukraine, but there was tactical forces. What is tactical? It means some nuclear warheads and military leaders in districts were responsible for them in the Ukraine. So it really means that some guy who dislikes whatever happens, remember Milosevic and another guy from Croatia. I don't remember his name. Anyway, there was a guy from Croatia, Tudjman. So they started fighting, but they had no nuclear weapons. They just killed tens of thousands of people in Europe in the end of the 20th century. And those who lived in the Soviet Union remember that Yugoslavia for us was always the most cheerful barrack in our socialist camp. They looked civilized. That was the cost of the Crimea. Alexandra Azarkhina. I was brought up in Crimea. I studied in Kiev and I live in Kiev now. I am pleased to see you, and that's for the first time I saw you in Kiev at the Forum Russia-Ukraine Dialogue. And of course we need as many such events as possible. We talk a lot now that we have specific feelings about events and people think in black and white. But if you say that the wall is white and I say that the wall is black, it doesn't mean that it's gray. What shall we do? Well, there is a popular diplomacy. I think that now we need as much of it as possible. I am ready to go any place. I was called by Lyudmila Ulitskaya to some forum of libraries, which is going to take place in Lvov in the beginning of September. I'll go there for sure, because I want to see people and to show myself to people and talk to people. But I know that it's not an easy trip to the Western Ukraine. We were in Kiev in April, and I heard different talks. Moscovites came in, and the guy in Borispol, who was supposed to support me, a strong young man, and I was sitting next to him in a wheelchair, and he asked me, "Do you go to the Crimea?" I said, "No, I go to Moscow." But there was a very warm feeling. We moved along Maidan. An excursion was organized by Pavel Sheremet, the Russian journalist who knows a lot about the Ukraine. And the crowd accompanied us. And people listened to his excursion. And then some young man came up to me, I don't remember the name, from Poltava anyway, and he put on my coat the 3 teeth. You have to talk to people, and we follow our own propaganda, the Russians and the Ukrainians. It's very difficult. Popular diplomacy, that's the way out, the way I see it. Stanislav Lazovsky, St. Petersburg. Irina, you talked about anti-military meetings. We remember the first Chechen campaign, and the Russian society was more democratic at that time, and there were anti-military meetings. And it was widely discussed in mass media. There were alternative points of view about the Chechen operation. And the situation was different in '97, but there were alternative points of view. In 2008, it was different, patriotic feelings and so on. My question about the Ukraine and the internal political situation, why don't they have anti-military gatherings? Guys, I'm not a specialist on the Ukraine. As far as I understand, far as I talk to people in the Ukraine, theirs is not an aggressive country. They are the country that usually defends itself. A husband of my friend there in Kharkov goes to the military recruiting office and says, I'm ready to serve in the army. Timur Uzhakov, Ingushetia. Before you said that you were an atheist, I thought that you were a religious person. My personal convictions say that there are certain relationships between a human and a god. And the future of the society is based on how the society follows the commandments of the god. Through different religions, the commandments are more or less similar. In the beginning of the 90s, I remember Yelena Bonner's TV interview, and she is the wife of the academician Sakharov, and she said something that I remember, and I understand that she was right. There was a conflict when one country was an aggressor, another country was a victim. So aggressors, they gave part of their future to those who were victims. Victims received their future, and several years later you can see that she was right. How can you assess this? Meaning, if you are an aggressor, you give up something to another side, which is a victim. Thank you very much for this very interesting thesis. I haven't thought about this, but I like your point very much. I would probably agree to it. What else can I say? Because I'm horrified now. But what happens at our country here, I don't know how we are going to find the way out of it. And I envy Ukrainians in a way. because they have some future as a nation, I hope.
Читая Пашу Шеремет,
And when I read Pavel Sheremet, whatever he writes in his blogs about conflicts with Rada and so on, and I try to understand it, I see that something may be positive there, but in our case, it's just horror. I am very glad to see you, Irina again, and I thank you for coming here. We continue, guys. Stanislav Stanskих. Stanislav Stanskих, graduate of 2012. A brief question to Irina. You said that the TV channel Rain is different. What do you have in mind? Kindly comment on that. I said that there is no rain.
знаете, я же говорила вот этой Катьке, у которой просто там телевизор звонил. Ну, то есть, знаете, я могу смотреть дождь.
I can see this Dost Rain TV channel because I have smart TV. Also, it's not very good. It may be the same, but you cannot see it in the same way. I am Vakhtang Dzadzonava. You talked a lot about the Crimea. I'm from Sukhumi, which is a good Georgian town. It's a Georgian town. I have two questions to you. What do you think as an economist whether Russia, with its economic potential, is ready for challenge of new custom union? And second question, whether these recent events of the Russian Federation, I mean since 2008, when Abkhazia was recognized in North Ossetia, and today it's Crimea, and actually, does it relate to recognition of Kosovo by the Western countries? Right. First question about the economists, my economic point of view. Russia is a very rich country. We have lots of money. The cost of oil is $107 per barrel. We still earn a lot now. At this particular instant, it's fine. But what will happen after a while, we have no idea. In the book of Death of the Empire, it is there in the internet, by the way. Read it. It says that in Chernenko time in 1984, the cost of oil was more than now. It was about $80, and the dollar was much stronger than it is now. But where did this money go? We don't know. In 85, Gorbachev came to power, and he was surprised to see that the oil price in 85 and 86 went down 4 times. It was done by the United States. They made agreement with Saudi Arabia, and that Saudi Arabia lifts its limitations and increases the volume of production. And the price went down. Gorbachev lost his budget, and for economic went bankrupt. So it was not Gorbachev who actually destroyed the Soviet Union. Something like this can happen again. Whether it will be like this, I don't know. It all depends how we behave. As to the customs union, well, probably we shall be able to take care of ourselves. But it's difficult. We have to feed Kazakhstan and Belarus, and we have to feed ourselves, but we are too big. And now what about sanctions? It's an awful thing which cuts you from your own future. because certain banks cannot take credits abroad. We have $7 billion of commercial debts. If we shall not be able to re-credit this money, it's very bad. I don't think I need to talk about the economy now. It's a very profound and separate issue. You'll have some people who will talk to you about it. We do not think about the future. I never liked Putin because for me, he was the president of my dead hopes, because after the reforms which took place and were made by Gaidar and his team, Russia had a chance to become a rich and free country. But Putin cut it down. And what he does now, I could not even imagine that I would turn back and I would be ashamed. I was a grown-up girl when the Soviet Union was there. I was born in Khrushchev time and Brezhnev time. And my father and mother actually enlightened me about what was going on. And I read books which were prohibited. And we listened to the Voice of America and BBC at night. And then again, I don't want it now. Shall we be able to stay like this for a long time? No. Investments would go to the shale gas now in Iran. A new smart guy came to power. So maybe in a period of 2 or 3 years, the US may take sanctions from Iran. Why not? It's quite possible. So oil proposals from Iran may be similar to ours. The second question is more complicated. In my personal life, I try not to think about other people's mistakes. I don't want to make my mistakes. Probably they were wrong with Kosovo, but in Kosovo there was a genocide. Real. We didn't have any genocide in the Crimea or anywhere else. Well, it's difficult for me to discuss this question because I am not a professional historian or politologist. I simply talk to you on the basis of my internal and moral limitations. I don't want to compare my country to anybody. I don't want to live in a paradigm they can do it and we cannot. It's up to them to be ashamed. Because once they recognized Kosovo, someone did something, and that's why I can do it. I don't like this kind of person. Someone stole something, that's why I can do it too. No, no way. Блаженко Генич, Босния and Herzegovina. In the beginning, you said that you have to repent. Well, in Russian language, there are words which mean more than their direct meaning. Yeah, well, my language is similar to Russian. So in the modern world, this is not so simple. At the opening of this seminar, we were talking about the specificities of this political culture is transparency. But for the policy to be transparent, you need mass media. And if mass media does not encourage repentance, it's very difficult. in the United States of America, people who supported Bush and soldiers who went to Afghanistan, they saw them as liberators, as heroes of the United States of America. And in my country, the situation is different. We talked about it already. And the situation is still tense. And because nobody wants to repent, to say sorry. Will the situation be better? Will you be able to think positively? Can you think positively about the future? Is everything so bad? Your people in general. I know myself, I know my children. Despite my disease, my future is positive because that's the way I am organized. I see certain ways out for myself, for my friends. So if any of us works himself over and finds some positive things in his activity, that's the way out. And only if I dream about my country to do this and that, and then it will be fine, well, I cannot influence this. I can go to elections and nothing will change. But I try to do something, some small things. I try to raise interest in people to do something the way I do it. And in this gray atmosphere, I somehow feel fresh air. I don't know how can I explain it to you. The future is there, good future, yes. But we do not know what is in store for us, but you need a kind of good fence around yourself, meaning the fence of good deeds. In my case, it works. And there is no other way. I cannot discuss this issue globally because this situation for me is not global, it's very narrow. And I truly don't know what will happen to my country, and sometimes I am even afraid of thinking about it. I know about myself and my children. Sergei Burtsev, Krasnodar. Is there any demand in the modern Russian society for objective journalism? I was for months in the zone of military actions and made reports for the Ukrainian TV, Russian TV. I worked for Estonian press, Ukrainian press. And when my words were seriously edited, I put on the originals in the nets, in the Dropbox. And the point is that if my words were distorted, this video was seen by thousands, and originals were seen by 3 persons. And people who had this kind of picture of the world, they were not interested in the opposite in the opposite material, I started dialogue. It was very interesting, and I didn't know how can you convince such people. Is this a euphoria or something temporary, or presently the society is not ready to take somebody else's opinions?
Thank you. Well, you know, the demand is certainly not there. Why am I speaking about this circle that is getting narrow and these hopes for the future? Well, you see, I don't know what it is. I know that as we discuss things that are not happening now, it's not something that should be discussed by this is historians and psychiatrists that should be here as experts, not politicians and economists. So I'm very interested in how Germany felt after World War I and how it went towards fascism, and after World War II when it got disappointed in the things it had been doing. Well, there is no other way. But somehow Germans believed to this crazy guy, Hitler. I mean. Nevertheless, Weimar syndrome brought him into government. Probably we are living through something like this. The interpreter strongly begs to differ. Because to become powerful and strong, that is very nice, but later on, you see, things turn out very strange. Somehow people mix up two notions, fear and respect. This is something that has always been amazing for me. I don't know if other languages know this paradigm, but in Russia we have a proverb. It says, "Oh, if he fears me, then he respects me. If a husband beats a wife, it means he loves her." Well, there's no other way to explain it, because fear and respect are two different things. And you know, Putin will now shout out loud that all missiles of the world will be positioned in Ukraine and will aim towards us. Yes, but this is what he did himself with his own hands. Nobody requested. Why is it that the Baltic countries are in NATO? Because they fear us. They do not respect us and they fear us. Why does he not understand it? This is elementary. It seems elementary to me, and he doesn't. And people do not understand it either. It turns out that him and this electorate that supports him do not understand this difference between fear and respect. Probably this is the way, but indeed I'm very keen to write down your address. Anton, is that you? I'm sorry, I do not hear you. Anton Khvastov from Saratov. Last year, on the 23rd of November, an all-Russian civic forum took place, and you attended it, and several of those present here also were delegates, and I was there too. Tell me, please, are there any practical results from this forum? Several ideas and small groups were put forward, and shall we have another forum in the autumn? Yes, the forum will take place in autumn. What use it served, no use yet. And for me, this is something that saddens me greatly. But I still am here putting the blame on external factors, external towards us, I mean, because in November, on the 23rd of November 2013, when the Civic Forum took place, we could not imagine that now we shall find ourselves in the situation we are in now. I think you will agree with me. And the thing is, it's not that in a civic society we are all such fools and so weak and weaklings. The thing is that the situation in life has changed so much. Well, dear colleagues, please, Sochi. Anna Martinova from Sochi. Now that we mention proverbs and sayings, Russian language has another saying which best serves to describe the situation we're seeing happening in our western borders and eastern borders. Yes, it says that when the masters are fighting, their serfs are being affected by it most. We are the peoples who are now having the most when two political views clash and our leadership doesn't know how to come to an agreement. When we see horrible things, for me it is horrible. It's not so much about what is going on in Donbass. For me, the most fearful is what happens in human aspect between the two peoples. They're bringing us against one another, making us hate each other. And it could be explained, and you could find an explanation for that. But within Russian and Ukrainian society, thank goodness, it's not that visible, but in the Russian society, we see this split when one part of the Russian society speaks for either side in the Ukrainian conflict, and they begin to hate each other. And I dream that our peoples will have enough wisdom. Probably wisdom is something that should be enough to be the first to stop. And instead of hating somebody, we should start, if not loving, but at least trying to understand. Well, I can only agree with what you say. Thank you. Because this is what I feel. Exactly the same thing. Madam who is a fan of Radzyshchev. Radzyshchev and Dostoevsky. I want to say that, remember to give me, Tatiana Konkova from Moscow region. Well, you know, I also was surprised that you're not a religious person, because the same words about guilt and redemption are described by Avdiyenko, the researcher. He created an Orthodox classical gymnasium, and he says exactly the same words that you say. And he suggests as one of the ways how to explain to people what goes on and what is it redemption and repentance, how this can be done. This very simple instrument. To read Crime and Punishment, this is what the young man was saying, this madness. It was described in this. Von Raskolnikov had a dream when he was already in hard labor that a certain virus arrived from Asia, and a person infected with this virus loses his mind, is absolutely convinced that the world, that he's true, that he's right, and the world falls victim to this virus. So the mechanism of cynation of society is very much like mechanism of cynation of a person who has committed a crime. They are suffering in combination with repentance. If somebody suffers but does not repent, this is something that happened to Raskolnikov, especially to us. I want to remind you about millions about the victims of Stalin reprisals. And he says about the detailed explanation and study of the novel Crime and Punishment, about the murder. Well, probably it was rational, it was logically you can come to this need to kill this old woman, but in usury, who did usury, but if your conscience is silent, you can't do it. And how this mechanism happens, Dostoevsky revises it, and Avdiyenko, now late Avdiyenko, suggests we should study Crime and Punishment to both kids and adults. I'm very much surprised. Why are you all surprised that I'm an atheist, but at the same time I'm saying things about repentance, about love, peace, and so on? How does it correlate? Well, you see, I do not understand in principle. How can it be? This sort of Christianity, like our leaders have, who stand in a church and carry a candle, that's why. And which of them, if I'm more Christian, At that, who is Christian, more Christian than I? Yes, I'm not a believer and I'm an atheist, and the speaker thinks she's a more Christian. God forbid her. God forgive her. The thing is not what you call yourself, but the thing is how you feel about it. Among my friends, I have Christians and Catholic Christians and Orthodox Christians. There are Muslims, there are... Somehow we find things in common. We all acknowledge there is an army of people like this with conscience, and that's it. Probably not so much in terms of religious line, along the religious lines where this is a split taking place. Each calls it whatever the name they want to, but certainly it's not that religious people are always right. And atheists are always wrong. That's certainly not the case. Dear colleagues, please pay attention to the words that just have been spoken. I have to comment on it because it's one of the most favorite topics of my deliberations. For thousands of years, they tried to tell us that morality and ethics are inalienably tied to religion, and all confessions, all beliefs told us so. They told us without God there is no morality. A person becomes immoral. Dear colleagues, this is a falsitude. This is a fake. This is wrong. And secular ethics exists, and in this mini dialogue we found out it can be no less quality, better quality than, because attitude of people between themselves should not be regulated by the presence of another substance elsewhere. At that I stop, because otherwise I will get too much carried away. Thank you very much for this idea. We continue, dear colleagues. Please. Denis, you now have the floor. Thank you. Denis Grekov from Altai region. Altai region. It so happens that every time we have to recall Orthodox Christianity, I don't know why. This is probably related to a certain things that coincide in form here. Many things have been said about this. Well, I decided to give it a try and understand what does the word repentance means. Because in my hometown in Barnaul, there is what we call the Palace of Sports, which is the venue of the Orthodox Fair every year, and it is decorated by the motto, by the slogan every year, through repentance to the revival of Russia. I do understand that in this context I find it hard to understand what the word repentance means in this context. Maybe I'm not the person who goes to church, I'm not practicing, I don't understand why the fair repentance and revival of Russia, what they mean. And when you use the word repentance, I think that many people present here may somehow understand it in their own way or misunderstand it altogether. Maybe it makes sense to speak about it in other words or give it a different name or give a clearer definition. Thank you. Well, you see what we have here. We have almost a theological talk here, which to be quite honest, I'm not very ready for. But nevertheless, I'll try to deliberate on this subject. Well, you see, during my life, I faced situations when I got badly ill, and several times I heard, it means that you behaved in a very wrong way, and this is given to you because you are such and such bad. You did so bad things. Or somebody else told me, probably your grandfather who worked in Gogbo in the 1920s did something bad. And I said, look guys, it's a karma. Karma, it's not very much a Christian notion. Don't let's mix things up here. Don't let's talk about it. But the very fact that people tried to give me an explanation, my disease, which has very physiological reasons and this genetic code that gets broken down. This is all medical story. Then trying to explain it to me that what my grandfather did back in the 1920s, this is something that never came to my mind. Although, at a certain level, I think doesn't have to do with my disease, but when I myself had to, as I fell ill, I had to analyze in a very new perspective my life and understand how I shall pass the years to come, not as I was driving, wearing heels, riding a bicycle, all the joys that had to do with a well-to-do, healthy, and pretty much a responsible person. I had actually to revise my outlook. I didn't have to repent. Repent is the wrong word here. But I had to think hard about how I should change so that I could carry on living. Because the challenge that I faced in my own fate would have been unbearable if I had dreamed that I would stay the same, young, healthy, beautiful, and irresponsible. Yes, I had to understand that, if you will, that old age came sooner. Old age and helplessness affected me sooner than it was probably right in the calendar. And this really means a great deal of work you have to do, but I do not call it repentance. But I had to rethink my life. Not in a sense, oh, I was wrong and this is why it affected me. No, but in a sense that if I continue to carry on living as I did before, I won't be able to. I will die. I will not physically die. Maybe I would survive, but if I do not change, if I do not change my life, then my life would be horrible. Well, this is not something you can call repentance, but you could call it rethinking. Okay, let's change the word repentance about this work that our people have to do, we have to do to carry on living. Because if we get stubborn and try to live the way we did before, then the road into the future is closed, and would have been closed for me if I wanted to carry on living the way I did before I fell ill. I suppose this is how I feel about it. Marina from Khabarovsk. Can you hear me? I wanted to find out, Irina, what are you reading now? What are your favorite books to reread and what you would like to read? Oh, now I'm very keen to reread Crime and Punishment. I'm on a serious note. You told me about it because I read it, when I was 15 at high school, in the 9th form, and I disliked it strongly. Now I think that probably I should go back to it. Well, you know, now I'm reading historical books. I read Kluchevsky. Kluchevsky is something lying at my desk. I tried to read, there is excellent modern historian Yakovenko, and his book is called about rethinking of the Russian fate. But it's written in such an outlandish manner, and the word paradigm, discourse, and other incredible number of smart words. I'm not really the greatest fool, but I could not possibly get through it. I understand that it must be horribly interesting, but Kluchevsky is somebody I understand. And now I'm reading Kluchevsky's books. They're on my desk. Dear colleagues, again, I cannot but refrain from comment. Please read Kluchevsky. It's a higher quality historian of Russia. It's hard to imagine. Vasily Osipovich Kluchevsky. He is such a noble, and your brain gets back where it should be. If you have no time, I can see a question from Poland that is now on the agenda. Please, colleague, you have the floor. Alexander Warwarski from Poland. Yes, we've met. Yes, we've met. I wanted to thank you for a very interesting talk and for your positive attitudes towards Poland. My question to you is, well, President of Russia explained what goes on right now in Ukraine with Russia that could not allow that NATO ships were in Sevastopol, would be in Sevastopol. The interpreter begs to differ. This concept, Russian of near abroad, of really Russian instance, is that Russia is looking at Ukraine as Malorossia, as a younger brother. My question to you is, what are the trends that you see here? Is there a possibility in the Russian society and government to change this? Where is it driving at? Is it possible to see an equal partner in Ukraine? Thank you very much, Alexander. May I explain how we met and why I'm so warm about Poland? I'm a Polonist by education. I studied Polish. That I studied at university. I wrote my PhD thesis in Poland. I love this language. I love this culture. Mickiewicz, this is somebody I could quote you by memory. This is just to remember my students' university years. And Alexander worked for the Polish embassy, and this is how we met. Well, about our looking at Ukraine as a younger brother. Well, you know, for some reason, our leaders, let me put it this way, although sometimes I want to say the word, and I do not use this word, but I think for no reason, the word chieftain. The word chieftain would fill in nicely here. Thank you. Our leaders, they think that history stopped somewhere and nothing should happen, nothing new should happen as compared to what was the case yesterday. But there was a time when the Soviet Union replaced the Russian Empire, when Poland and Finland broke away from it and later on became independent, the Baltic republics. And for some reason, they refused to believe that in the place of a country that really didn't exist as a country, we know it, before 1918, there was a chunk of Russian Empire, there was a chunk of Poland, there was a chunk of, there was nothing else there, of Austro-Hungarian Empire. If you look at it from this historical perspective, that there was no country then, probably there shouldn't be there, yes, then they might be right. But history is not carved in stone. I don't know whether they're studying it in high school of KGB, but this is what they taught me at university. So what I see today, what is going on in Ukraine, this is first and foremost that a nation is evolving there, a country is evolving there. And as was wonderfully put by someone, by a journalist, back in the times when Yanukovych hadn't fled yet, Yanukovych brought the east and the west of Ukraine together. Everybody hates Yanukovych. Well, through this, we see a country evolving. You will have to believe it. Ukrainians are paying a high price to become a nation and become a country. Well, this is their fate. This is their path, the road they have to travel. Sometimes I'm an idealist, understand me correctly here. Once again and again, see new self-organization. This is people who become conservative, archaic organization, and so on. This is self-organization because they indeed are people who perceived a new phenomena related to internet and public democracy on sites as something, as a threat to their identity, as a threat to the country, which they perceive very much in the very acute manner. So this is where we see new self-organization. When in the street we saw a huge number of cannibalist practices. Cannibalist, I call these practices, will allow, for example, as a tool that can humiliate somebody else. Be it be Stop Ham, or I don't know, this is just an initiative, or initiative against smokers, when they, or Hryush or others, Cossacks who sometimes would pull a girl by her hair. I think it's cannibalist practices, but it's also self-organization. So when we speak about diversity, about our civil activity, why don't we give a chance to show diversity to those who are, so to say, oppose us? This is the government officials, God forbid. I don't want to deify them. Sometimes I don't want to give them any chance to be ahead of me. But the problem is that at a certain time we may need these triangles of common sense. People who are ready to see partners in their opponent, somebody who would oppose these cannibalist practices. Cannibalists in society and in government, there are in lot. And we shall have to find this local optimum of interest. And this needs to be done. And this has to do with pragmatism. And finally, one of the most serious things which I wanted to discuss with you, so much about pragmatists should know how to show gratitude. Being grateful when they make use of the outcome of somebody else's work. What is good about Moscow School of Political Activity, what I like about it, and I want to repeat it, we found it easier to ascend because time was flying with our wings, but say for people who are now trying to rise when they're over 30, because the wind is in the opposite direction, and I want to thank those who turn into a resource, who help them rise, because what is going on? They try to create here very rare earth resource in Russia, public career without going into government, public career, public expertise, public civil society, public administrative career that would be basing itself upon context, upon respect, high presence in public sphere. I think it's very important. But on the other side, we should say that sometimes you make use resources from somebody else whom you do not like.
And certainly our resources are not limitless. We should realize that. And we have some negative incentives. We always know that the government bodies are wrong, and they are wrong always, just by definition. I used to experience myself very negative sensations. Are there any members of the EU-Russia Forum? Well, it is divided into a human rights activist section and environmental protection sections and social care section. And then there was a resolution, a radical resolution that was voted for. And those who were not radical enough said cautiously that perhaps we had to read it first and discuss it first. And then conflict erupted, so the society splits into those who believe that, tentatively speaking, the Russian state is so black that only black colors can be used. And there are others claiming Russia to be properly white. And we have a lot of people who experience problems with law enforcement bodies, with the government and non-profit NGOs. Among them, my NGO last year won 4 trials. We proved to the prosecution that we were not foreign agents. And then I said that at this meeting, I asked to get up those who had received grants from the Russian Federation government. And then the situation was terrible for me. I was blamed to be a wife of the KGB agent since I dared speaking of that. And I thought it only right to speak about that unbalanced structure with the carrots and sticks. And I thought it only right to see what are the carrots and what are the sticks. And if we do not do so, we do not see the reality. Self-responsibility sovereignty, I commented on already, and pragmatism, self-pragmatism is self-responsibility, and we have confused with social obligations. If you have money, ask your parents not to use free services, come with them to private clinics. If you see those mini banks that offer a lot of lending to you, you should realize that all those vicious practices will not end good, and those things are also to be dealt with, and it's also in the civic interest. That's a separate topic for the agenda. But I can repeat, but they look like mantras, and here a person can be happy. And if I'm doing a career working in Perm, and would be my provincial response and answer to the decentralization of Russia. But I would like to turn your attention to the fact that, just a moment, that there are some platforms where repeatedly independent Russia is seen more frequently than anywhere else. It's coming. So let's talk about a modern city as a civic project. I like this topic. When we started the Russian political activism for the past 2.5 years, we discovered a number of very interesting phenomena that are quite obvious. Those are the civic activities of artful subcultures. It's the civic activities of marginal political structures. It's also information and communication technologies with a specificity in the area of civic activities, mass social creative arts, and I think here we can find a representative of Lizard Island, and it's a very important example of social activity. Well, my point is that it's the line not at the level of the grassroots. It's the right thing they came up with. We thought that it's the state that is the decisive factor, that it's the state that produces and manufactures everything, but probably it has played already a role and is disappearing in the past. That's all European trend. Probably we'll be speaking later about the Europe of cities, not the Europe of countries. And those builders of various verticals will come to deal with cities' problems very late, and they are dealing with municipal problems, but it's not the city as an organization. So the freedom of art is still alive in the walls, inside the walls of a city, because it's still our city. And it's not my song, and it's not. I'm a social economist in a certain way. But even lighthouses were built not by the state, so we'll need to switch to Plan B. It's useless to keep on waiting for the changes coming from the state. Why I'm speaking about this city? It's because it's a mediator between our past and our future. It's kind of a Watergate, which passes water and creates, which balances, which makes things common. Things that belong to various levels common, no matter what it is, technological readiness, transformations. The city is the carrier of new practices, new people, and new ideas. The citizens who are not visible, we should pay attention to them. New Russian citizens is something that brings a lot of optimism to me, even in this hot summer of 2014. That's the heaps of people who are engaged in civic creation. We described 140 civic practices. You can see them on our website, but they are so diverse. You can meet them in your backyard, and new owners of social organization is the self-ruled condominiums and even parking cooperatives, and thanks to the active contribution of Dacha and garden cooperatives, that they help for the city to realize that the city is responsible for them. It's also about the juries and city council and two-man city council. or the General Assembly of the city. It's the place when, in the meeting, when people come together and decide a lot of things. It's a cooperative in the city. It's the society of single mothers with cats. And we have such society, or Live a Cat with Us. It's also a society and NGO, families that single mothers who unite in order to raise their children together. It's the civic city control. It's not only blue buckets or ARC supervision. It includes a number of practices. It's the case when motorists check the quality of pavement following the reconstruction, and then on the following day they organize a flash mob called Requiem on city roads. It's new media in the city, maps, charts, new sponsors who do not only donate in something that is visible. We have an industry of charity now, and it's the response to the fact that in the middle class of the citizens, we now can see a group of people who are fully prepared to make use of civil service. They say, you know better where to invest, and I have 200 rubles or 2 hours of my time. Tell me where I would better invest it, and people invested in libraries, in vegetarian cafes, in books for rural libraries. They invest in Santa Clauses who come to poor kids, and it's civic art and education, and it's their various shapes. It's the platform of civic. Here it is the traditional education platform, but it also deals with civic streets, pedestrianized, cyclonized streets, and for cyclists only, and streets where people play games. It's new spaces for interaction and networking, so that people would not feel lonely in cities. New clubs, and speaking of some exotic things which I saw, I can just mention, say, Intellectual Fights, named after Sheldon Cooper. That's the game where there are two groups of people who gather in a cafe, and just stage presentation of their research, and people decide whether it is useful or not for them. Live library is another option. When people carry books saying that I'm a book and I'm a reader too, and so they can tell their stories, and there are some really very horrible stories and very tragic stories telling about people who are homeless, or people like the previous presenter who used to build ABM missile systems, and now he's a sponsor. It's really very civic and city practices. And number 3, it relates to a very famous term. It's a place where people can implement themselves and be happy. And it can be, those places can be everything. Can be cafes, bookstores, vegetarian cafes, art schools for parents. And by the way, much has been said about orthodoxy. I do not look like being a friend to Orthodox charity, but I'm a friend to those practices, believe me. And city was suffocating between such because of the lack of such an institution as the church. And church, most commonly it's an Orthodox church, preferred to act in the schools, institutes, and the armed forces. But following that fire of 2010 that killed dozens of people at the restaurant, we now think that churches can play a role too, and we should really think of that clergy institutions to be helpful to people. I can mention a few more: street art, civic entertainment, street parties, civic festivals, movie clubs, so-called Greek weddings that were very popular last year. Is kind of a theater performance when people come with whatever they have and sit in the street and have a party. And mid-level managers club who realize suddenly that sometime they will die, and in the other world some angel will meet them and ask who they were, and they would say that we were mid-level managers. So they are trying to do something material now. They plant trees, they cultivate flower beds, they repair road signs, and they really act in the city as masters, as owners, offering new services. We have some city actions such as city reading and street reading. I saw, and I was present in some 5 cities at such readings. I was not impressed very much by the quality, but people were very enthusiastic. Romantic song singing, it's also some kind of a activity. It's like a transformer box. I mean that picture on the slide that was transformed into a funny creature. It was something that we did in the Perm city, in the city of Perm. Some other options in the downtown, or in the center of that picture, we introduced the Crystal Citizen Award, and it's awarded to those women who made some outstanding act, but it's not profit-based. It's such awards were presented to. This year that award was presented to a lady who was the head of a village, municipal village, and there was another assistant professor who all of a sudden headed the civic movement to protect parks and forests in the city. There is also the deputy dean of the history school at the university, because he really described very properly what was the historical contribution in the city. City motives, something new. They don't anything about democracy or human rights, but they are about the freedom-containing practices, about responsibility and about democracy. Those practices say that we do exist, and the authorities should learn a lesson when. Otherwise, it's just some trick to counter boring life and an attempt to find an option of one's participation in city democracy. Start with something insignificant now and then. People who travel to Europe came back and start doing something typical for Europe, exchange books in a neighborhood, and it creates a community that continues other practices. They can organize some festivities for kids, so they perform really European practices, living in Vyshny Volochyok or Terzhok. It's something that shows their negligence to high style. It calls for something that is to be done immediately. It's something to overcome alienation and manifestation of yourself as a live person. Sometimes it's quite a deed, and most of the people are the people who never made plans to come to an organization and do something, but something clicked on their minds, and they began paying attention to social interests, and the exchange of resources is something that they do. And why it is a deed? Well, it means that they descended from the virtual world and became real persons, or they just changed something very important for them. They came out of that tower of the ivory bones and became social and public. Now let's cast a look at the city as a platform. So in reality, the city is a place where we do a lot of so-called it's coexistence, core activities, and we are turning into the cities with more and more communications that make people sustainable and independent, and it's the place where space is also involved in all the processes, what Natalia Zavarechina refers to as Russia 1 and Russia 2. So the modern contemporary city is the place for creative work and chances for success. The only problem is that so far as long as we do not keep another thought to that, it's all piecemeal, and people begin thinking of that only when the environment of common interests is created. If we do not take elections seriously, we will be deprived of that space. We still have some innovative city hearings, public hearings, and the question arises how we can unite people, and that's the request to you. Since when you involve people in new practices, we change values, and that brings us to pragmatism, because it's the nearest place for the citizens where you can implement yourself and show that you are useful. It's the attempt to self-implement yourself. It's independence and responsibility for your fate and for your world. And what's most important is the fact that in the city you can make variable use of radical approaches, even if we have to change and everybody shouts you have to change. It's not the advanced party which upgrades a classic picture. It's the support on the existing practices and the rest on existing practices which create a comfort environment. It's very important when around you can see all those extremes. So that's why I'm calling upon you to make this city and to make use of this city the way I'm talking about that, because we should reach those objectives, and I fully agree with Irin Yasanov that we will survive. We can quarrel, we can make peace with our neighbors, we can, but anyway, we should live up with them, and those social benefits cannot be created by authorities. That's something that we are withering every time in our city environment. What do we need for that? We need new city literacy. A new city literacy is a situation when we understand what the city budget is, how cities are managed and governed, why city is a communication, not just a structure, what is the role of the master plan and town planning, and why neighborhoods live different lives in various cities. How much do we pay for new big neighborhoods sleeping in the quarters? What is our history, city history? So all put together, it makes up a new city literacy, and we should pay attention to that because it's useful, and there are agents or carriers of that literacy now. Respectively, we need new professionals, and we should really see that there are successful cases that are very useful, and we should see broader consensus around the growing city. Businesses, particular citizens and experts should join the effort and work out a common understanding of the future of the city, whether it is big or small, on two sides of the river or just one bank. whether we need a single city administration or multiple bodies, and whether we should use our squares for rallies or just for parks. We should really see it that the sustainability and renovation are fashionable, so that reputation of city economy is granted. So we need successful cities, and probably that today is the only chance right now for us to maintain the environment of success in Russia, in the country where a lot of things are happening. It's understand that we face a lot of challenges. Here you have both administrators and experts, but it's related to the environmental environment, and it depends on the practices of that environment. So you cannot innovate things and make changes by destroying the previous heritage. So I think our main concept should be the following. We should bring back the right to be participants of all the changes to our citizens. And even now we have a lot of diversity and variability, and more and more people realize that they are responsible for all those changes in Russia by implementing themselves, by developing themselves, by creating new resources. Come out to the street and bring your future back to you. That's my other slogan. And I would entertain one more idea, and after that we'll switch to Q&A. I think that's it's very bad when you keep on being displeased and believe that if your displeasure is expressed in an aesthetic way, it's enough contribution on your part for the future. I think every sensible man believes and realizes that it's necessary to create something special, something that would implement our dreams about the way we are supposed to live, how educated and intellectual we are supposed to be, and far away from the stereotype understanding from entrepreneurship, from town planning, and from because history gave us the only chance, to be successful and interesting. So let us start with ourselves first. Dear colleagues, please get engaged in the discussion. We have half an hour to discuss a very interesting point that our expert presented. Your question, please. I'm Arthur Rudakov from Rostov-on-Don. I have the question about Grigory Melekhov. You identified your position as his position, and from your presentation I understood it was the case. But when the society goes to extreme, when it is polarized and the propaganda, strong propaganda contributes to that, it's quite a dangerous way. And I think you would understand what could happen to Grigory Melekhov in later times, something that writer Sholokhov didn't describe in his novel. Well, there was a disaster already when Grigory lost his values, or his values were ruined. And similarly, when we say that it's Oblomov phenomenon, we do not refer to any specific person, and I meant that about Grigory Melekhov. I understand how dangerous it is, and I understand that I can be accused of being self-protective, too self-protective, but I don't think it is the case, because first, I'm just like a surrogate. I am standing and look above Ukraine and the Crimea. I keep on thinking about that pendant problems that we had not done that or this, and why I'm doing so? Because top stories do not mean that they are the only stories to think of, and the danger is that our wonderful resource can always be turned into something that is counter to people's interests, and it can be turned into the source of spoiled energy and resources. And if you mean that the power does always everything bad, just visit your authorities' information center in Rostov-on-Don. That's the reason I keep on saying that our task, or my task, is that we need to make the choice to make most conscious and well thought. It's the radical centrism, and it means that I realized only too well what I'm doing that for. I'm doing that so that the resources that are badly needed for the country are not wasted. Okay, so let's move on. Finally, there is a question from Armenian side. I need your advice. I'm going to give you a very short story about Armenia. For 4 years now, changes have been undergoing in the legal area in our country, and there are some institutions to be built for the sake of civic society. But we have problems at the personal level, since the citizens of my country do not realize what role they can play in resolving the issues of our country. They are immediately subordinated to all the decisions taken by the government, and they do not think that they can have a role, and they do not think that if they keep silent, they will help government initiate decisions that are unwanted for the people. So my question is how we can change those attitudes, how we can make people be actively involved in the building of the civil society, how we can teach people to gently resolve the problems. You know, it's very surprising since I always believed that Armenia was famous for self-organization, for collective practices. Perhaps they are not aimed at the third sector, at human rights, but again, I don't have any general recipe, but I'm certain that you should maintain and support the centers of growth if they are. And then really people should learn how to interpret their failures as the failures of the civil society. That's one thing. Second thing, when the population is not involved, it doesn't mean that it's not interested or intimidated. I don't think that Armenians are intimidated. They may not just understand that if you try to translate it into popular language, if you try to explain to them what threats are there in their passivity and inaction, perhaps it will help people get involved in the process. And I think there is another important thing. When we invite people for a dialogue, we always believe that we invite those who do not agree, who are the opposition. But if we are serious about our efforts, we should invite everybody, but because those, both winners or losers, are to be involved, and those who understand all out of a sudden that can benefit from their involvement, they can produce a lot of energy, a lot of power. And we are to be supported by even minor success stories and enable people to get involved and translate in the popular language what is required from them. And so that makes it all. I think everything else is available.
My colleague from St. Petersburg. You started with the deliberation about Melikhov and used the word, the term intelligentsia, having emphasized its role in history. Returning to the Vehi collection, intelligentsia was considered in the sense of that we have to depart from the practice of destruction and move on to the practice of creation, if you will. This is what we may consider as the return or the reverting of the urban space to the citizens. Well, I proposed the urban space because I think that the urban space is has the growth points for the horizontal development. But what is to be done in future? All of us have to think in the spirit that a contemporary city, a modern city, can hardly digest the number of conflicts. So it is not about camouflaging the conflicts, because people do become subjects. But if we can try and grow such institutions which would allow people to manage conflict, what would it be? Medical practices, or what kind of practices were procedures, the forums for both the liberal democratic and the nationalist forces. So I'm talking about the different ways of how we could build up and develop the institutions which would allow in a contemporary city, in a modern city, to resolve conflicts in a peaceful way. And also participate in the so-called administrative reform. And I think that the most important thing is an attempt to find the new texts which would allow people to provide new meaning to the old concepts. Thank you very much. This was a most interesting presentation. I'm from Yaroslavl. I'm usually confronted with the reality that what I'm trying to do in Yaroslavl is just a very petty affairs, and sometimes these petty affairs seem very insignificant to me in the light of the people that we come to meet at the school. So I have a question: at what stage at our civic work should we go about legal incorporation of an NGO? For instance, now for 2 years we're having some sports events, or else we have lectures in the open air or in the cafes. These are quite, they may look or seem as unimportant events, but when I come to the city administration and I ask, please let me do that, and then I'm asked, what organization do you represent? Do you believe there is a certain line upon which people have to start working with the authorities and incorporate? There is a positivist answer. The positivist answer is that you have to go to the civil officer who is either interested by the duties of his office, or else who thinks that it is fashionable. And if you talk about incorporation, on the one hand, you can maximize your partnership, and then you don't necessarily have to have an NGOs. Or else, it is not accidental that there is the closed access and the open access state. If we go to the open access societies, then the organizations, the concerns, have to survive their founders. And indeed, if you can do something through initiatives, then do that through the initiatives. And finally, there is the resource center. So it is not too bad in Yaroslavl. In any event, whatever you do, you can either unite with others or find a civil servant who is interested. Yes, Anna? Question from Yaroslavl. You have said that you're an optimist. In big cities, it is not too bad, as there are some civic initiatives, there's some interesting events that allow people to develop the civil society in these places. But on the other hand, there are small villages, towns, localities where the situation is quite different. Do you believe there is a way to do what you are doing on a micro level? Well, let me say that not all of our initiatives are successful, but let me remind that in Arkhangelsk, in Rostov, Myshkin, and Yaroslavl, the initiatives are not. The civic sector does exist. They might speak in different language, or else they might be composed of people who are far removed from the government or from the authorities. But sometimes such civic organizations are made up of several people, and as civic activists, they make up some programs. They do, and even in little towns, we have found some practices. But these practices. And we have. There was a place where there was no physical culture teacher. So men in this little town decided to teach the kids at school during the sports classes. I think this is an example of a very successful. A very successful civic initiative, and unfortunately, our heroes are very archaic, and they can be very imposing success stories. There are also some other stories which are what we would call. Usually these are former trade union leaders. When there is a small initiative group and when there is no club, or else the music is too loud in the cafe, usually there is one lady who says at the end of the meeting, at least let us exchange telephone numbers. These ladies are like headquarters, the headquarters or the walking infrastructure of such civic initiatives. And at every level, there are such people who are trying to improve the life of citizens. Unfortunately, we do not always pay attention to these people. A question from Sochi. I'm from Sochi. I would like to speak about country on the whole. On the 2nd of July, the federal law number 44 was enacted, which stipulates the participation of citizens in the protection of the environment, and the so-called popular militia was revived. Our civic activists in Sochi were quite impressed, and the people who are usually members of such committees are people from the local domiciles, and such support for the popular militia and the legal framework. Do you believe this is a support on the part of the state, or else an attempt to increase the control? Well, I have seen such practices with the people trying to perform the role of militiamen. In some cases, I have seen terrible situation with the Cossacks standing at the electoral station or the voting station. I dislike this situation in the sense that I'm extremely wary about the license to violence. The license to violence in any granted by the state to any third parties. And as a positivist, at the same time, I have to realize that I cannot debate this law or abolish this law. Of course, I'm not going to participate in this as a person, but the one thing that is possible is that the public control law can be superimposed upon this one. We can also try and calculate the costs. But of course, this is the zone of our great scrutiny, because I am very concerned by any private armies or Cossacks corps and the militiamen. And in the Soviet times, I remember the militia, the so-called popular militia, and I am very oppressed by these memories. Yulia from Kaliningrad. Thank you very much, Svetlana. We work in the same field. The ideal situation for the development of an urban space is when there is a combination or a link between the government and the society. Maybe you have some ways to attract the business to civic initiatives. Well, first of all, let me tell you that the business is usually very wary of becoming a milking cow. I was for many years dealing with support of small and mid-size businesses. So if a partner or a business venture believes that they want to be milked, then they would usually decline any participation. What is important, I think, is to try and consider this in a subject, as a subject of dialogue. About 10 years ago, we conducted a seminar for an organization which was called the Association of Female Entrepreneurs of Russia. So there was a number of several ladies, mid-age ladies, who were talking about some psychological problems of ladies who are the heads of business ventures. So they went for a smoke to the corridor, and then they met another group of smoking ladies who had a gynecological seminar. And it appears that these ladies started to criticize each other. And we understood that there is a problem which needs to be solved. These ladies made peace very soon and started to talk about a common cause about the care for the pregnant women working in the trading association. So they agreed that they would set, and the ladies who were as physicians, they agreed to organize a prophylactical treatment. Then they found a special enterprise, a special room, and this is where the actual medical exam took place for these pregnant women. This is a classical case of a partnership of two groups of ladies. It is always better to find a consensus. But there are cases when you have to adapt yourself to talking. You have to talk about the land use and the construction. And the construction lobby is the strongest city lobby. Svetlana Gennadievna, what you have just said is, I think, a very, very painful question. I'm a journalist at a newspaper, and I have recently written an article and there is a story and decisions should be taken at the level of the state of the city Duma. Then we held a meeting with the deputy mayor, and the deputy mayor said that what you're writing here is not in accordance with the law. The law doesn't say anything about this. Do you believe that there are legal mechanism, any legal mechanism to organize such public-private partnership? Well, indeed, there are the law requirements, the requirements of the law, and they get a concession, and then they recalculate the cost of the land. And there is this discrepancy between the industrial system and to what is required. But this is not necessarily a form of partnership. And these conflicts in the urban space are some of the most bloody because many of them are delayed. Can you imagine a situation when you are really cutting a tissue across the tissue and people go to live in a different place and according to a different system, such as in the same way it is terrible to see a situation when the general plan of the city is not confirmed. For instance, let us take the example of Perm, where the general plan was actually eroded. And nobody knows how many buses are required if you need to get all the people to take them to the say that kids to the kindergarten. But let me also tell you that and this is done either in the other times. Why do we talk about the urban space all the time? Maria Gulova from St. Petersburg. Yes, indeed, the general plan is a very difficult story. But I remember you spoke about Perm. I wanted to talk about the problems and the threat of destruction of the Perm 36 museum. Perm 36, a memorial complex on the basis of the former colony of Gulag, which was initially created by the Memorial Society individuals and activists, which then became an NGO, which started to get state financing, and this was taken to the finance, and there were quite a bit of investment into this camp memorial, and at the same time the Pilorama festival took place there. So this was and clearly from some moment several problems started to be conspicuous. First of all, the budget code does not allow to channel such funds, and the state was not particularly interested in retaining these relationships. And then, of course, when the state is acting as a madman, and that if the state has invested into this museum, then it has bought the whole place, and the NGO says, and unfortunately, this is indeed the curtailing, or indeed, we all have to understand that this is an instance of obliteration of the memory of the Stalin's repressions. But we also decided to have our own Pilorama, and then we'll try to see how can we retain this and preserve this museum. And one of the civil officials held a press conference today who said that museum is good, but because there are so many conflicts, the former veterans, there are many conflicts, we shall make this into we will make this into a museum of industrial coercion and coerced labor, which indeed totally obliterates the idea of the civic initiative. Yesterday, one of the lecturers said that civil society is civilized anarchy. On the territory of my municipality, there are many civic organizations or NGOs, but they have very hard times to come to agreement. I myself was a leader of an NGO for several years, and an idea of the youth parliament was in the air, as well as an idea of association of NGOs. But once we start talking about some concrete steps, problems arise because the NGOs try to protect their fiefdoms, their little foods, and the little foods spring in the places where compromise seemed to be possible. And even though each of these NGOs seem to be grand and excellent and very fine, but when they come to the table and try to negotiate, it appears that they cannot come to terms. Do you believe that this is a tendency or something that we can see in Russia only? Well, I wouldn't say that this is something that this is something characteristic for Russia only. This is, in our case, in Russia, it is not organized anarchy, of course, but the subject matter of agreement is the most important thing, and the culture of coming to agreement. And there is indeed a culture of conflict resolution. And but in your case, why should the question to be asked is why should people cooperate? If a leader and organization are the same, then people have to come to terms. And the second thing, we're talking about cooperation, but for cooperation to take place, there has to be an exchange of assets or exchange of resources. If there is no resource or there is no trade-off, then there is a problem, because this is also a matter of the civic culture. Finally, there are cases the bloodiest wars among the NGOs is interestingly between the so-called environmental or animal protective NGOs. So why should we agree? Why should we cooperate? If it is just for a matter of cooperation or for the spirit of it, that's one thing. But if there is a subject matter, so the chaotic thing, the chaos is in a way quite normal. Well, my dear friends, unfortunately our time is up for this session. And let me thank our expert, because what she has told us about is both interesting and valuable. Thank you very much.
Всем приятного аппетита.
даем на запись. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Коллеги, а сядьте, пожалуйста, за стол. Там посмотрите, сколько пустых мест.
Ребят, за стол садитесь с левой стороны. Тань, Антон, садитесь за стол. Сережа Бурцев, садись, пожалуйста, сядь за стол.
Здравствуйте. Можем начинать?
Shall we begin? Before Boris opens his round table, we would like to acquaint you to Ras Signorina, who is our guest, and hopefully you'll get in touch with him when you participate in our American seminars. In June, you met Gerald. There is also Tom. They make wonderful seminars on federalism twice a year, and hopefully this tradition would prevail. But we would like to leave some time for commentary from Russ, because he's a serious specialist on non-commercial organizations in the States. And today we talked to him and found one difference. He says that here in Russia, you say non-government organizations, and this is the thing. And this is a point of conflict. We say non-commercial organizations, and that's a different approach. So we would like him to tell us a few words about this cultural difference. And then he'll tell you about what he does and a couple of words about the American seminars. So this is Russ. Thank you very much. And then it's Boris Roundtable.
Thank you, everybody. I am having a great time in Russia. This is my first trip here. I have worked with groups from Russia that have been coming over to the United States for about 20 years. I was just telling some people at dinner that the focus of those visits has changed a lot over the years. In the mid-1990s, many of the groups were interested in economic development kinds of issues, how to build businesses, how to start different kinds of companies, tax incentives for businesses, those sorts of things. And as we've transitioned into a different economy and a different world, more of the groups that come over are like what we have here, where it's more focused on civil society, rule of law, freedom of the press, and my side of the aisle, or my side of the economy, the nonprofit world. And one thing that's always struck off of us. time to work with those organizations.
Thank you very much. Those who are not here for the first time know that at last we talk the most important thing or the most exciting part of the seminar. First of all, I'd say that our evening talks, which may take different form, this is the only part of the program which well shows the beginning of the previous show, but does not show the ending of this show. So we work the way we work. I am Boris Grazovsky. Usually I'm observer of Forbes and write to many other publications. I work with this school, with the High School of Economics, and so on. So our today's work goes as follows. It's 20 minutes after 9. First, I'll tell you a few introductory words for about 10 or 15 minutes. Then we'll break into groups. I will not tell you how we do it, but we shall do it. And it seems to me that there should be about 100 people in this room. If this is so, we'll divide into 6 groups. Each will be proving a certain thesis in combating other group. And, well, we'll draw lots about who is against whom. So then we'll break into groups, and groups will have about 40 minutes for preparation. And after that, we gather all together again here, and then the groups would tell everybody else about their results. Experts in this room, Svetlana Makoveckaia here, and others. They may be used by groups as advisors. Experts do not know it so far, but they may be caught and used by any corruption methods. Foreign participants can try to make up their own group or team, and then they may hold discussion in English, or they may be divided the way they like, meaning joining other groups. Now you just think about how you want to do with way number 1 or way number 2. Now, before my introduction, I have to tell you the topic, our topic today has a lot to do with what Zubov and Inozemtsev told you. And it's named space. Is it a burden or the advantage? It's geography, big spaces, big countries, countries which succeeded in geographic expansion, or they got the big territory by natural causes, so to speak. So is it a boon or is it an advantage in front of other countries in the competitive fight in economy, in the culture, in the military, or it is a burden? Burden is not necessarily bad, and advantage is not necessarily good, because you may use this advantage or you may misuse it, and burden is not necessarily bad. Anyway, this is a problem, and you have to do something about it. So before I say something else, Marina, help me out. And you please raise your hands right now. I mean, those who think that big spaces constitute advantage. Not too many. Yeah, hold your hands, because you are being counted. Okay, now raise your hands, those who think that the space is a burden. So 35 and 46. It's 81 altogether. Now those who didn't vote. $20. It's actually unexpected results. Now my introductory words for about 10 minutes. The space is advantage and is a stereotype. And it doesn't mean that it is wrong, but this is a stereotype. If teachers have low salary, school teachers, to increase their salaries like President Putin promised when he was inaugurated for this period. So, of course, to increase salary of teachers to reach the average country level, or even more than that, 20 or 30%, that's obviously good. When teachers have low salary, it's bad. And there was a negative selection for the last 20 years at schools. The worst and not the best went to work to school. And you can change the situation without raising salaries to teachers to motivate people to go to work at school. Educators and education analysts now say that this particular measure has been implemented for several years, but it doesn't give us the expected results. The results are the opposite, meaning the worst who work at these schools, they now get more and more money. They take all-around defense and say, now we would never leave this place. So the salary increase produced the opposite effects in comparison with the expected one. In one of the other countries, the increased salary for teachers were given not to those who work at school, but to others. Contracts were signed with the best students of 4 and 5 year grade, so that if they go to work to school, they and not those who work there will have these higher salaries. This is pretty complicated measure and is ripe with social conflicts inside schools. But this step allows to attract the better people to schools. Now about space as an advantage. We've discussed at this seminar and previously that the size of the country and its greatness is not one and the same thing. Small Lithuania introduced or contributed a lot to the history of the theater in the 20th century. And the achievement is much more than by many other countries. And small Estonia, for instance, in the Soviet time, there was a Tartu Philological School, and due to this fact, it joins all sorts of philological textbooks and researches. And Estonia is largely represented than big countries in such textbooks. And the size does not correspond to the content value. So in business and then the state management, the size helps you to provide you with the idea of the scope. Certain tasks are resolved cheaper. Inozemtsev and Zubov talked about it. You can do it only if the management is of quality. If management is problematic, the scale effect is not reached, is not achieved. Another factor of importance, which is advantageous to big countries, that's the size of their markets. Clearly, there are towns in which McDonald's came in, and there are other towns which are of no interest to McDonald's. Such towns are, well, kind of under towns, even if McDonald's is not interested, although it derives profits very easily from population which is not rich. So in such a town, there won't be libraries, financial centers, theaters, and so on. What actually makes towns towns? So what is important is the other territory as well. For big companies, it is interesting to build plants and assembly lines like Ford or Volkswagen may sell several tens of thousands of cars per annum. But within the last 20 or 30 years, the situation changed because previously in WTO, the situation was joined by China, Russia, all the post-Soviet space, former CIS countries, and everybody played more or less the same rule. They trade with each other on the basis of the same rules. Import tariffs went down. In Europe, for instance, an average level of import dues is very low. It's below 10%, about 6 or 7. The 6 or 7% which add up to the price is not critical. To make it improper to bring a car assembled in Eastern Europe to the Western one. So in the past it was a serious barrier for trade, but no more, no longer. This is a brief set of arguments in favor of big territories, meaning that it is an advantage. But I'll probably will not tell you anything about the burden element of this territory, because the majority of you think just like this. You voted for this. I will only tell you that a group may work anywhere in the hall, right here, anywhere where you can use internet.
Один из лучших географов.
For example, one of the best geographers today, Vladimir Kagansky. He has books, lectures, amongst other things, in open access. They are posted on polit.ru, and many articles. Vladimir Kagansky. He is one of the researchers who actively proved why large space is a burden. Now, after these words, well, let's put it this way. Please raise your hands, those who have voted in for, and some for the burden, and some abstained. Please raise your hands, those who, in the last 10 minutes, whose position has changed. It doesn't matter which way, but whose position has changed. Would have voted otherwise. One. Okay. Okay. There is almost no change. Then let's do it this way. Let's make the procedure before you split into groups. Now it is 25 to 10. Let's be back at 20 past 10. Well, okay, let's make it 10:15. And 10:15, so that you should have enough time to speak, so that we should end our session at about 11 o'clock. We shall have 6 groups here. Now, if you split, say, in the even manner, then each group shall have 15 to 20 people, more or less. Well, about 15. But let's think that those who abstained, they think that large spaces can be either pro as well as a con. So they take this in-between position. So we have 35 people pro, 46 against, and 20 abstained. Now I'm thinking how to split, given this sort of vote, how to split you into 6 groups. Well, if you have some 25 people or more in the group, we won't be able to give somebody a chance to speak and make their contribution. Lovely. Just a second. Okay, then I would suggest the following. Those of you who voted for space being a burden, in some 30 seconds, please be back here behind the door and in any way split into 3 groups. Those who voted that it is an advantage, please gather somewhere here and split in any way into 2 groups. And those who abstained, you are the group. So please, you work on the first floor, and each group shall have 4 minutes for presentation to prove what they voted for. So each group shall have how you split into groups, it's your business, but you should be more or less the same number of people.
Здесь собираются те, кто за, то, что преимущество. Те, кто против, то есть бремя, собираются за дверью.
In this room we have those who voted for, others in this hall against, but those who abstained in the ground floor, please. Thank you.
It's 19 minutes past 10. Please make sure you take your seats. Well, take your seats, please. Otherwise, we will finish quite late. I have all groups on the list of speakers except for those who abstained. So I would like to have one of the representatives of the abstained to come to me. So, dear friends, please keep silent, get concentrated, because we are about to start. You know, our timing are as follows. First, we will give the floor to the group that tries to prove that great space is a burden. Titles were invented not by the entire group but the individuals. And then there will be the group Lincoln Box. Then there will be the group who will be telling about the advantages of great spaces. It's called Size Does Matter. Then the next group will be speaking about the space as a burden. They will be followed by another group speaking of the advantages of great spaces, and it's called On the Grass. Number 5 is will speak about the burden. It is called Diplodogolia. And number 6, it's the group of abstained. They are called intellectual celibate. I joined 4 groups by brief messages, and I failed to contact 2 other groups, and I failed to find them. So mind you that your time slot is just 4 minutes, but you can delegate as many speakers within that time slot as you want. Who can just lend me a stopwatch? Just for the time being. Looks like we have a stopwatch. A special role. Please listen attentively to the rules of today's game, since it's very important. Perhaps you will be the timekeeper, if you don't mind. Okay, the games of the rules games are as follows. You will speak in sequence consecutively, and we will do the brief. So it will be the brief will be as follows. First, the intellectual celibates group, those who abstained, will play a special role at the meeting. Besides speaking here, you will also act as referees, as judges, since you don't take a specific position, so you can make your judgment and make an assessment as to how convincing other groups speak. So intellectual celibates will be our referees, and besides, all experts present in the room will also act as experts. Svetlana? Perhaps we have more experts here in the room. Besides, if there are some independent members here in the room who have not joined any group, you will also act as referees. And also, it's a game when you are to be honest, and if you feel that the arguments of a group are so convincing that you change your position from plus to minus, from minus to plus, or to the equality sign, you will you'll be given a right to vote in this specific round. Again, if you find arguments of a group so convincing that makes your position change, you will have a right to vote in this specific round, only in one round. So you will be entitled to right to vote for this group. So Lincoln Box comes first. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you to the Global Congress of Full Well-being and Prosperity. The Congress convenes from time to time to address global problems, and today we are faced with a task to discuss one of the problems, and specifically is the problem that has been troubling us for a long time. That's the territorial problem. Experts had been working on that problem for quite some time, and I would like to introduce to you some excerpts of their final reports. We came to a conclusion that territory, great spaces, represents great burden for public, for societies, for states, and for individuals. The reasons for that are its transport and communication costs, which make products costly and reduce the efficiency of communications, which in the contemporary world is not an advantage. Great territories suggest that the density of the population is low, and thus the mobility of the population is also low, and it entails demographic problems. Also, large territories suggest that various areas are developed not evenly. So some territories, some areas are underdeveloped at all. Others enjoy maximum benefits, and that leads to multiple social, political, and national conflicts. And again, it also leads to the slowdown of upgrade and modernization of large territories. Innovations can hardly be disseminated through all those territories. They encounter a number of obstacles, such as the upgrade of logistic and transportation chains in those greatest distances, and pose a great problem. A similar problem is the safeguard of such territories, safeguard of borders, and the integrity of such countries' resources spent for that purpose are not proportional to the economic power of such country. And burden of rule, inefficiency of rule, results in the fact that a lot of resources that can be used for the benefits of the people are just lost and wasted. So the outcome is that the passion of the population is low, the control over the territories is also low, and to crown that, all the efficiency of political, economic, and social development is also low. So, being a president of a country which is quite known to you, I propose we carry out radical reforms. To begin with, We think we can help our long-time ally, which is Australia, to overcome its long-standing problems and delegate some of the territories to NOATA. And parts of Brazil are proposed to be given to Ecuador. And some parts of Alaska. But if you say my time is up, I would stop here. Thank you very much. We are keeping the time quite toughly, and I invite the group which is called Size Does Matter. Do you think we need to come to the head table? It's up to you. Okay, I'll speak from my seat. So we have studied very carefully the proposal of the competing Global Congress, and I think that the colleagues started from the opposite, so they were telling only about the disadvantages of great spaces. And we decided to take advantage of the experience of our speaker today and think positively about great spaces, trying to identify its advantages. So we split it into 3 blocks: resources, politics, and economics. Before I voice out those assumptions, I would say that the way we formulate the question, burden or advantage, is not correct, because great spaces are vital for life. Okay, let's start with resources. The greatest advantage is the diversity of climate zones. Besides, natural diversity and diversity of minerals is also an advantage. Next comes a great opportunity for domestic and international tourism. Human resources are also very important, and besides, if the territory is big, then there will be no threat of overpopulation. Another important advantage is the stability to natural disasters. Block 2, economics. With great spaces, economy will certainly be diversified and much more stable and sustainable because of its diversity. Next comes the favorable investment climate, including foreign investors. Large territories, big spaces represent an opportunity to build and develop agriculture and ensure its extensive growth. We proceed from the assumption that the 8 top countries in terms of the size of GDP have large territories. Next comes economic times, trade routes, and if the territory is large, you contact with various regions and get a chance for trade. Politics and society. Large spaces make it possible to develop and test various systems of state governance, which enriches the political culture. The geopolitical weight is another very important point, and besides, security and defense are also matter. And Russia won 2 patriotic wars just because of its great spaces.
The development of tolerance in the culture, and our final statement is the fostering of social and geographical mobility within the country, which provides great stimulus for the development of the society, and the size matters. The group of dogs, or apparently let me start with the short epigraphic. Living in an apartment of 100 square meters is better than living in an apartment with 8 square meters, but the communal services bill will be higher. So we derive from the premise that great expanse or vastness is a risk. But this is a risk that can be coped with. And one of the risks of the great space is that other countries do not have these risks, and they live with them. They have a greater ease. One of the first risks that we considered is that the vast expanse presupposes certain types of political regimes. A big country will more likely have an authoritarian regime, as it is easier to control a large territory when there are some imperial tendencies or consciousness and centralization. But an authoritarian regimes are not particularly stable, so sometimes such regimes are ended in a coup. A big country means certain difficulties in infrastructure and the provision for the quality of life. There's another point here, which is the risk of climatic zoning, as the climatic zones will have a greater variety or diversity, which of course deals with the time zones. If we have several time zones, then our space eats up our time. The boundaries, the longer the boundary, the more difficult it is to guard them. And if the country is not populated or underpopulated, then such an expense becomes or may become a target for other powers or other players. On a big territory, there will always be two varieties, and the regions will try to solve their regions, and the center or the metropolitan center will have great difficulty in identifying the growth points and striking the balance, the economic balance between the different parts of the country, the political balance, and it is always important to there's also the problem in the relations between the center and the periphery, and thus the periphery, which are closer to the center, will be more developed than the more remote regions. So such a big country necessitates very dynamic policies. Single legal framework, yet another problem, or at least an issue. And the different ethnic groups, confessions, denominations, and if we have a high polarity, this is something that we also need to take into account. And one of the major problems of a big territory is the all-national idea, or formulation of an all-national idea. Let me also... no. Please do not violate the standing order. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Our presentation will take place in the form of a government meeting, a big country. We always have a press at our meetings, and and the controlling functions and the big the democratic liberal state. The floor is given to the Minister of Economic Development, Mr. Alexandrov. Ms. Alexandrov, the big country is always a source of big opportunities. A big country allows for multiple formats of governance, whereby we are devolving the power to the regions. Yet another circumstance is the necessity to conduct reforms, and such reforms, which may be developed in some regions, may then be extended to other regions. And the different climatic zones in this country will eventually give us a certain development for the agriculture. Minister of Happiness, Natalia. Hello. The big territory allows us to move out the potentially hazardous productions away from the mess and the big metropolitan centers. The big territory also allows for building comfortable cities with great green expanses and parks, which certainly increases the quality of life. And the Minister for Peace, Artyom. A big country has a big international weight, which allows to diversify the foreign trade and to attain certain privileges. A big country also allows for building up echeloned defense and not to have a problem whereby the country is under threat. Are there any questions from the parliamentary factions or the press? All right, thank you. And as you might have seen, there are different herbs in this big country. We are the only team which has shown a teamwork. And indeed has made it in the 5 minutes. The Diplodocus Goliath. This wild, wild world viewed by the zoo psychologist. The image of a dinosaur, or Diplodocus, a dinosaur, when it is bit in the feet, takes a longer time to respond to pain, and a higher danger that such a feet may well be bit off. Another problem is with blood circulation, such as the problem of the northern export or the northern supply. The next point is the hide, and the hide is so big that it is difficult to protect from mosquitoes and larger predators. Saturation of cells. The saturation of cells requires too much time. It is very demanding, and often the prey that the dinosaur has caught will be less than the actual demand. The sense of majesty of a dinosaur does not allow it to make an objective assessment of its energy and capacity. And finally, the minor solutions, the solutions for specific small tasks, is taken in the brain and far away from the specific part of body. there's a problem with the integrity of the body, self-identification, when the different parts do not believe themselves to be a part of the dinosaur, such as the tail, the feet, and the head. Another point is that the dinosaurs have a tendency to cut away the limbs. Then there is the problem that if the head wants the tail to wag today, but the tail wags either the previous day or the next day. So when it is spring for the tail, it is summer for the head. The head is not always well intended and well understood. Yet another statement is that the tail, when it is felt as an annex to the body, does not feel itself to be a valuable part of this body. A smaller brain, compared to the mass of the body, leads to a situation when the mental processes are not sufficient to provide for the different parts of the body. And finally, we've had a little pimple. I hope we had made it up in the standing, in the time limit. We've observed the time limit. Thank you very much. And finally, the group of intellectual celibacy. Let me start by saying that that expanse or the vastness by itself, space, is not good or bad, and space cannot be equaled to a state or. And so we would like to ask a question. When is it a burden? In what historical and cultural context? And then we have observed some criteria. First of all, this is the presence of resources and the availability of resources, the infrastructure development, national composition, system of governance, conditions for administration, the distance to the center, and the ability to observe these. So what we're seeing is a certain space and expanse, and our major requirement is the adequacy and the scale. Thank you. Our group is also calculating the votes for each group, and we have applied a democratic procedure, so each group will have 1+. And we have several more minutes before we can make the voting. Well, that's not quite the case. What I would like to suggest is the following model. The celibacy group, the intellectual celibacy. So, the group of intellectual celibacy, the experts and those who are part of some groups have 3 votes or can vote 3 times. And the referee group is without any competition. So all other participants can vote once, not twice, but once. And this has to be fair play. So the referee votes 3 times, everybody else votes once, but not for oneself, but for others. No. We will trust the referee. All right. Every referee team will have 3 balls. Let us try to remember what every group said. The first group, I will just try to remind you, and of course I am amazed how well structured these presentations were. And even though the time is late, we should probably have given the groups not 4 but 4.5 minutes. And I think that all of the presentations were quite substantial. The first group spoke about the low, high communication costs, low social mobility, the insufficient innovations, the big costs. I'm just reminding you, because these are very important statements, and in 25 minutes we have talked about things that are usually considered for hundreds of pages in the specialized literature. The same group said that the big countries are difficult to manage, and that they may have a lower number of passionate people. Then they tried to indeed restructure the world. Another group, which is called the Size Does Matter, that the resources are diverse, that tourism is good, high stability to the calamities. Besides, this group made a proposal to conduct certain experiments, develop tolerance, and say that life can be changed without changing the country, which is, as they said, is a great opportunity. The third group said that big territory is a risk, but that this risk can be coped with, that the big countries are inclined to authoritarianism and a very high centralization. Especially when the big country presupposes different climatic conditions. Then there was a very poetical thesis that if there are many time zones, then the space consumes time. Such countries may fall prey to the aggressors. It is difficult to differentiate the growth points, to redistribute resources, to preserve political and social balance. And the ethnical polarization leads to a threat of separatism. The fourth group the Minister of Economy spoke about the pilot reforms. And because there are different climatic zones, the agriculture must be indeed have. Then we had the Minister of Happiness. I can't even make a statement to this effect. speeding up is not a problem in terms of crossing the border. The fifth group, the Diplodocus Goliath, and I think that everybody remembers this metaphorical presentation. I don't even have to reproduce it. Pain takes a long time to get to the brain. It's a problem to feed. It's a problem to protect. The prey is smaller than the energy expended to catch the prey. The inability to assess the danger because of the sense of one's majesty. The brain is too far away from some parts of the body. Problem of identification may cut off its limbs. And the tail that wags when it wants. And the fifth group probably does not need any assessment because it will give a certain assessment to others. So you have 3 votes. Marina will conduct calculate the votes. Every group has 3 votes. Yes, we have. Indeed, we have calculated everything within our group. So, who has voted for the first group? Four groups. 4 votes. Each can vote. Each can vote 3 times. The group, which is called Size Does Matter. Are you a part of the referee group? Yeah, Svetlana Makovetskaya likes the ducks, but she can't vote for them. All right. Four, 5. Dinosaur Diplodocus Goliath. 7, 8. This, the voting will end. What is strange is that we have 29 votes, but everybody could vote 3 times. So it seems that 10 persons participated, and each one participated 3 times. But the last group, the intellectual celibacy, has had more than 10 people.
Голос о том, что воздержание также продолжает влиять.
Right. It's good when we discuss different issues, different days. You'll get more time for presentations, because today there were 6 presentations of wonderful quality, and some of them were even pretty poetic. We like dinosaurs. A remark. And we are also going to give you some time in the future for asking questions, setting a problem, so, well, that their life is more difficult. Today is a warming up day. A remark. The task was not set properly, because those who proved that the big territory is good, and those who were saying that the small territory is good, they proved that the big territory is bad. So dinosaurs proved that the big body is bad, and they say that the big apartment is bad. So let us be more specific. Well, it is not kids' stuff here. We do not count 3 or 4 points here, but we are discussing the issue from the point of view of its content, and I'm fascinated by what you have said within these 20 minutes. That was truly staggering. Any more remarks? I also like it all. Unfortunately, we didn't assess intellectual celibacy. But when we talked about territories, saying whether it's good or bad, nobody used the opposite approach. Nobody said that the small is good or small is bad. And under normal conditions, we assess our country as our country, and we do not compare it with another country which seems to us good or bad. We have certain stereotypes, and we should do away with them gradually. We talk about northern countries with big territories and empty lands, but what about overpopulated India, which is a large country with specific problems? Nobody said anything about big countries of Africa. That really means that we have certain potential. And a few words about internal migration. I found out that I also have something to say to this effect. This internal migration if you are in the internal migration like Cossacks, they resolve it in a timely fashion. So this is the issue of time. If we are brief, we are welcome to say something else. We would like to complete our presentation. Ours was a group decision, and the female audience would support us. The size does not matter in this issue. Well, our prize goes to the dinosaur team. I would end up by quoting Bonifacius. Okay, let us live friendly regardless of size, territory, and other good things. During our discussion, we didn't say that the big territory is bad, it's burden. And of course, we from the Far East know this only too well. So the task was set properly, and we managed to produce good results. A brief moment when we prepared arguments in favor of our point of view. We wanted to go to Izba, drink, and be late, and show the, well, wrongs of the big territory. Any more? Dinosaurs were good because they compared the state structure with the live organism. Each cell gives a signal, and we take results in a more adequate fashion. This is an ingenious approach to the state. I thank you all. Good evening to you, and see you tomorrow.